We are live and direct once again, and you are welcome to us once again, the IPOB Truth Bearers, with our Sunday school. We have come again to say hello to Biafrans, hello to world at large, and to share our information of the week with you. It is about lecturing our people, bringing the truth, bringing justice to truth. They also bringing equity among our people, sensitizing our people, liberating our people psychologically, liberating Africans and liberating humanity as a whole as much as we can. So, as you know, our basis is the truth. Our doctrine is the truth. That is what we believe upon, and that is what we champion. That is what we represent, and we cannot deviate from the truth. We cannot deviate from speaking and advocating the truth in all dimensions as much as we can. So we have come also to give you the information, the proper information of today, by analyzing the truth, by analyzing the event, by debunking the liars as in the guise of Nigerian politicians, in the guise of traditional rulers, of which majority now are Fulanized from Biafra land, from Oduduwa land, from the northern Nigeria, from Arewa. So we have come to debunk all of their evil, debunking their lies, debunking their deceptions over the people, deceptions that have lasted for years, deception that have put all of us in bondage, deception made in Britain, deception that should have been, which we should have been liberated from by now. But the Britons, who are Satanists, do not want our people to be free. They do not want us to be free. And we have seen that the world are watching and keeping quiet. And rather than bringing justice, they are interested, self-interested. So the world affair over our freedom is no longer a matter of justice. It is a matter of interest. That is the reason we have always come. Giving you as an example, the Holland cannot talk about Biafra freedom because the Holland own Shell oil company in Nigeria. So they are part and parcel of the people that share our oil. America own Mobile, Italy own Egypt. There are many more. So begin to speak. I'm just giving you hints. The Holland sell their milk in our land. They sell their carnation milk. They sell their pig milk. They sell their 3 crown milk. The same Holland is the reason we do no longer have our textile industries at home. Our textile industries are closed because the Holland have to sell their Hollandese wrapper. So these are the games they are playing. I'm just talking about the Holland. Talk about the Korea. They are the people with Atiku Abubakar supplying generator, of which when people breathe, they develop sicknesses and there is no medication to heal them. Atiku Abubakar is there gallivanting, becoming billionaire, making billions of naira on a daily basis, yet bragging to be a leader of the people. He won election against an imposter, and he never sat on the throne. He was settled. He was settled. He was settled, and he is coming again. And the people are still talking about him. They use be taking him to wherever they want to take him. London boy, giving account. These are the people trading our rights. Trading our rights. Politics in Nigeria is about trading the rights of the indigenous people. These are the secrets our people should know that they do not know. They can never teach you this in your academic institution, because what they give you there is colonial education, which you go and pay heavily, suffer heavily. Even the toilets where you go to the school are not clean. You go there to contact sickness. But we are here giving you the real education free of charge. We even spend our money to provide you with this wonderful education. So this is because we love you. We do not collect any money from anybody. We do not have oil well. Our oil well are being stolen. Even when they talk about the traditional ruler, no traditional ruler from Igbo land has any oil well. No traditional from from any of the Biafra tribe has any oil well. But Sultan of Sokoto, a Fulani man, a foreigner, has 23 stolen oil well. And the Fulanis have hijacked all of the oil well, giving some to few individuals among the Oduduwas. And Ojo Zokalu is the stakeholder. Emeka is a stakeholder. These are the people they use to be trapping us down. Didn't you hear Ojo Zokalu claiming that he was the person who made Mazin Namde Kano's father a chief, that he gave him the chieftaincy title, that he made him the traditional ruler of their local community, and wanted to turn him to his stooge, and the man refused. He became angry with it. And that is the reason they have conspired together to trade Mazin Nnamdi Kanu. They wanted to kill him, but it is only that God's protection is all over his body, including inside of his blood. That is the reason they could not succeed. Yet they are crying. They are crying because they believe by now they would have sold all of us to the Fulanis. But God Almighty is fighting against them. The spirit of Biafra is fighting against them. And we who are Mazin Nnamdi Kanu ardent followers, we are fighting against them. We have not been shooting gun, but only with the truth. We are shooting, we are shooting, we are shooting, shooting. Look at how everywhere is. I promised someone a one Nigerian is 4 years ago, telling him that we would destroy Nigeria. Say, as we would destroy Nigeria. That is, Nigeria. And that is exactly what is happening, because Nigeria means a lie. That is the reason. If Nigeria really means reality and the truth, our words, our broadcasts, our agitation will have no effect. But everything we do must have effect, because Nigeria is a lie. Nigeria is a deception. Nigeria is a rogue, a politics of the rogue, of the mafias. So they hold no water. All of them are miscreants. Miscreants calling other people miscreants. Even CNN declared IPOB a non-violence freedom fighter as of 2 years ago. The world, the UN know who we are. They know that we are legitimate. We are legitimate. Just Nigeria, where nobody can get justice. Look at Mazin Nnamdi Kanu, having been declared innocent, the man who wants to save Biafrans and save Nigeria themselves, because the Nigeria government is a slave to the Britain, and the same Nigeria government refused to give him justice. And you see the hypocritical politicians like Soludo and the rest of them coming and ranting, speaking from the both sides of their mouth, calling himself a professor, but he never knew that Mazin Nnamdi Kanu does not need a shorty. Look at how they are disgracing themselves in the public. But we, the intellectuals, intellectuals is not always someone who sat on the four corner block to study. An intellectual is someone who is reasonable, who can bring something from his upstate to the table for the solution of the people. And that is what we do here. So I'm a professor of Okechiche by the grace of God. So that is the reason. And I am not regretting to be a professor of Okechiche. I don't know the kind of professor Soludo is, because his own brain, his own echiche is about destroying our own people. But my own echiche, our own echiche is about salvaging our own people. So there are different kinds of professors. He may be professor in engineering or whatever, but I am here a professor of Okechiche. And that will me Bunyumu Biafra echiche. So listen to us, listen to me, come, invite your friends, share our videos, subscribe to our YouTube channel if you have not done. Inyima Biafra TV, treasury of excellent knowledge from where you are listening to me. I am your serviceable servant, evangelist Inyima Kalo, who hails from Ohafia. Ohafia is in Abia, and Abia is in Biafra land, and I domicile here in the city of Valencia, Spain, from where you are hearing my voice. So may God bless you until I come again. Now I pass over the microphone to my comrade, veteran Silas. You muted yourself. Can you unmute yourself? Okay.
Thank you.
God bless you.
My brother, my comrade. Thank you,
God bless
my
you. Really
sister,
good.
my comrade. Thank you, the truth bearers, IPOB truth bearers.
That is who we are.
We have come again this day of the Lord. We have come again on this day of evangelization, on this day of enlightenment, on this day of sharing the truth with fellow Biafrans. Fellow Biafrans and lovers of truth all over the world, irrespective of where you are residing, we bring good tidings to you. We say, may God, in his abundance, prosper you in all ramifications. May he bless you with wealth, wealth of health, wealth of life, wealth of freedom, wealth of liberty, wealth in all it means. We bless our leader, Mazi Nnamdi Ukwu Kanu. May God continue to bless and protect him. We bless the IPOB, the indigenous people of Biafra. May God continue to bless us all. We bless all lovers of truth, all lovers of freedom, all lovers of justice, all lovers of equity, all those propagating the truth of Biafran liberation. We bless you all. Thank you all that are in the spirit of Biafra, who are passionate about Biafra. We thank you and bless you all. May God continue to sustain you. May God continue to increase your wisdom. We have come to highlight some of the things that are absurd and awkward in our people, in those who call themselves politicians, the elite of Biafra land. We have come that God may destroy them all, as many as they are. For our leader said it all. Chariots, horses, bullets, we do not have. And he told the zoo that is going to dismantle her with truth. And of course, the zoo has been dismantled. The zoo is like a snake cut into two, not wanting to rest. But unfortunately, the zoo is already buried. And our leader said it cannot, never be redeemed. It can never survive. And so shall it be. It doesn't matter what people like the slave boy, Obi, Pete Obi, who does not know that he is a killer. Either he knows or he knows not. All those promoting him and jumping up, many of them are killed. Many of them are being killed. And he has never spoken. He has never opened his mouth. A priest was burnt alive. Talking about him, he didn't open his mouth. So many have died because of putting on his vest. Nothing is said. All he can do is run into Britain and confirming his foolishness, his hypocrisy. It is very sad that somebody who calls himself educated is not educated at all. To go to take authority from Britain is very absurd. Very, very sad indeed. It shows who he is, that he can never grow any longer. He will die a slave and a beggar. IPOB does not beg. We don't need to beg. We take what belongs to us by fire, by force. Let them continue. But we know that the great master will always make way for his servant, Mazen Nnamdi Kanu, to regain his freedom, to come back like Moses did, to take his people to the promised land. So that is why we are here, to tell you to be tough and tougher and tougher. For when the road gets tough, only the tough continues moving. We have said it a lot of times, and it is the truth. If you do not wear the tough skin, you will die in the way. So let us all put on our tough dresses, our tough wears, and face the enemy, eyeball to eyeball. Our leader have told us never to fear anything, never to fear our enemies, rather to stand tall before them. And that we implore all true Biafrans, remnants, and we shall dance like David danced in the streets of Biafra land. May God bless you all, gathered and listening to us. Please come and contribute. Come and share. Come that we may move as one. That one intended by our leader. One family, one large family, walking into our blessed home, home of freedom, home of prosperity, home of freedom, home of light, home of realized dreams, home of victors, Can we make it? It is sure. Very, very sure. And we know our leader said it, that the assurance is doubly sure. He is tough and even tougher than he was before he was kidnapped and put into prison. So who are we? He is there for us, getting tougher and tougher for us. And we are here, not wanting to be tough. Is that not juju?
Amen. Amen. Amen.
Amen. This time we are getting to our home. Our oil wells, our riches can never be carried away any longer. God distributed the riches. Even our enemies, they have their own riches. Why would they be greedy? Why would you allow them to come and rob us of ours? It is not proper, my brothers. It is not proper, Biafrans. Rise up to these challenges. We will continue with civil disobedience, just like the spokesman of IPOB have said it. We will continue. We will continue with civil disobedience, be it sit at home or be it any form of civil disobedience. Biafrans, be tough. Either you hate yourself and regain your life, or you love yourself and die. These are the two things that are there. Hate yourself for once and fight for your right, and eternally you will be free. I am Silas Onoa. I heard from Umuleke. Amibo. Amibo is in the old Olu province of Biafra land. Thank you very much.
God bless you, veteran. God bless you, really good. So the youth, and the one Nigerianese youth, you have to be ashamed of yourself. This man by age is your father, but you are not ashamed of yourself, and you are supporting the rogues, call the Igbo politicians, call whatever. They will give you 200,000 naira. They will give you 50,000 naira. They will give you gun. You begin to gallivant while they are selling your rights. Selling your rights. Only one oil well will build, that is, will develop, give people employment. That 200,000 naira, if you want, you will earn within 1 week, within 2 weeks. When Biafra come on your own, then you have your integrity. You decide what happened in your life. It is called self-determination, and that is the way forward we are going. We are not the Beribed Biafrans that support Soludo, that support Anduba, that support whatever. The political solutionists are nonsense. They do not know the right thing to do. But we are the people who are doing the right thing, and the right thing is called civil disobedience. Don't forget, 23-24, sit at home, Biafra sit at home, 23-24, tomorrow and the next. Tomorrow, that is tomorrow being Monday and the Tuesday, sit at home, civil disobedience, and self-determination. We are the people deciding what happened in our land. It is not the Fulani slaves in the guise of our politicians deciding for us. No, let them go and decide for Fulanis in the north. But if in Biafra land, we the indigenous people who want to protect the dignity of our motherland, our own life, protecting our women, protecting our sisters from being raped, massacred, and abused anyhow, we are declaring sit at home in the support of autopiloters led by Mazi Simon Ekpa. So don't forget about it. Be willing to observe it. Mama Patricia, take over the microphone. Give your word to Biafrans. Lecture them and introduce yourself.
Thank you so much, Collins. God bless
really
you.
God
good
bless
afternoon, good morning, good evening, and whatever place you're watching us from, you are welcome this afternoon. Once again, we are here in this platform, the Truth Platform, the Truth Bearers of IPOB, the followers of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. We are here to continue on what we are good in doing. And what is that? He has called us to spread the gospel, just like he was called to keep preaching. We heard him well, that he wanted to stop. And Chukwu Okike Abiama told him he must continue. And that is exactly what he did. With the only instrument, weapon that heaven gives to anyone who wants to overcome, who wants to be a victorious leader, winner. That truth, he used it to do what? Destroy the kingdom of Zoo. With their father, Britain, the British government. He destroyed all the mafia cabals that are in that zone. That their stronghold, Mazi used the truth and destroyed the giant. I think they called them the giant of Africa. Only one man that was with God, because one with God is majority. That one man, as David, as Caleb, as Moses, and as Jesus, the final liberator that came. They used the truth and destroyed the kingdom of darkness. And we are really dealing with kingdom of darkness as far as the zoo is concerned, as far as the British government is concerned, as far as the Western world is concerned, and every other African continent that have buried themselves in the darkness of this world. Mazi has dealt with them, and they are no more breathing. We cannot say they are suffocating because they're already dead. Just like Buhari died in 2017 and was buried in Sudan, rotting. The wife and the children at Dubai enjoying their loot. And the remaining of them that are still staying there, scrambling under what? The leadership of terrorists who has taken over their land and their life. But we, the Biafrans, we are telling them, just as they didn't succeed before, neither would they succeed now, nor tomorrow. They have made the worst mistake they can do. Because at God's time, appointed time, no power can withstand. Everything collapses down. And that God's time was the time God, Biafran's time was the time God raised Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. That is why we are here uncompromising. That is why we are here unrelenting. That is why we are here with every truth, every honesty. That is why we are here. We are not backing down. That is why we are here. And if anybody is so interested, the Bible says, what can you give in exchange of your life or freedom? Heaven and earth put together cannot buy your freedom or your life. And so is Biafra. That's our inheritance. That's our religion. That's our identity. That is our pride. And that is our life. And Mazi said he has come to build the kingdom of God upon this earth to bring the light to the whole humanity, especially in the dark race. And when we are here talking about our freedom, some rats, some efulefus, some irredeemable fools, some umokoko, pampas wearers think that they can play us down with their politicizing of what is going on. Mazi told them that he was coming and he was coming with hell. Are they not seeing hell now? He told them that he will come and defeat them even in their courts because they know nothing. The Fulani headsmen that doesn't know their right from left, thinking because they have maneuvered the British government, shame to them. The world are thinking that British is civilized. British is not civilized. They're only uncivilized people. They think that giving Nigeria to Fulani or putting all the tribes together to Fulani to rule, that they will do it forever. There is time for everything. This generation says no. This last generation says no. We have been exposed to the truth. The hidden truth has been exposed. And when the truth is exposed, light picks up the race. Light has come to those sitting in darkness. And we are here to tell every cuckoo that you people, you came late. Mazi told us everything we needed. He has given us everything we need. And we have it within us. And we are not trading with it. We are not giving it up. It's either Biafra is out now because the kingdom of God suffered violence, and only the violent will take it by force. We have come now like women that are pregnant and ready to give birth. Man and woman, wherever you are, the remnants. This is the time we will tell the Oko P2B that wants to take the place of Nnamdi Azikiwe again at this last generation, to tell us that the signatory they did that has expired, they want to renew it. When Mazi told us that Katrina Ling, anywhere she goes, is death toll, and P2B is there reaffirming what has expired after over 100 years. And at the same time, telling all Biafrans, which you all had him, that when he takes up whatever they are doing, his interest is to make sure that the Fulanis are in good condition, just like Goodluck Jonathan did. And the rest of them that are still waggling around, we want to tell you people that there are Jews and there are Jews. There are Hebrews and there are Hebrews. There are Biafrans and there are Biafrans. So we know the differences. All of you that are being brought up by Fulani papas and mamas, you think you will come on the media to waste our time and talk rubbishes. Biafra this time, a sacrifice has been made. Mazi has made that sacrifice. And he's there still fighting like a lion, and lion doesn't lose. Lion is the king of the forest, of the desert, of the animals. Since you people are animals, everyone in that zone, the lion has spoken. He said, which we all have heard it through the tweet from his one of his lawyers, that the dungeon, the detention he is tough, but he is tougher. And now he told us to maintain our ground and our position and not giving up. So we want to tell all of us, the remnants, David was only one man, and he did exploit because he believed in his God, because he believed the truth, because he took the arm, the little he has, and he did great things. So we have come in the same manner and spirit, in the same vigor. We have come to tell the zoo and whoever that is standing on our way, you will be crushed. You will be crushed and eradicated, because Biafra we need and Biafra we will get. My name is Patricia and I'm from Anambra, and Anambra is Biafra. And we have come to get our land. So, lovers of freedom and truth, sit down with us, reason with us, and spread this gospel of redemption, of liberation to those who cares to listen. Thank you.
God bless you. God bless you. Really good, my Patricia. Patricia. Who is this person here? Then are you okay. So whosoever that wishes either to call while the program will be going on or to join us later, that is the reason for the sharing of that link. So, let us pray. Let us pray as we are about to forge ahead with the program.
My Lord and my God, we must pray because I have preaching to do. If you don't have data, go and buy data. Borrow money from people this night to buy data, because we are going to preach as we have been mandated by heaven to do. And there is nothing anybody can do to stop us. All platforms are go. I don't even know how I'm going to preach this gospel tonight because it is too deep, way too deep, I assure you. Let us begin with a very simple prayer. Jehovah, Elohim, Adonai El Shaddai. Oboso de anga kan gesi we jare man na nke ime ligwe. Oso de anga kan gesi we kpokwa ha nsori n'ime mmụọ na eziokwu. Ka mmeso ọma iwe gbaso ụmụ gị na nke brede ngosi. Ka ije iwe pụta na nọsọ Igbo Biafra na nke ime ligwe. Oboso de anga kan gesi we fee gị n'ihi na ọ bụ naanị gị bụ Chineke. Ị na-abụ m anụkpa ahụ. Ime ikere ka na-akpụ isi ala nye gị. Mmụọ na mmadụ na-asọpụrụ gị. Lee na kpakpando n'igwe. Lekwa anyanwụ, lekwa ọnwa. Lekwa ihe niile nke gị onwe ikere esi ebube ngozi. Akwa anyị esi na ịdị mma. Anyị onwe anyị bụ ụmụ Biafra. Na ndị nwere onwe na-amasị n'ụwa niile wee gbaa ka ọ n'abalị ige okwu nsọ nke gị. Nke ihe anyị ka ebe gbasa ebe ndị dị ndụ nọ. Ihe gị wee chaa na nọsọ Igbo Biafra na nke ime eluigwe. Ka i wee dọpụta ụmụ gị n'ọbụ nke ekwensu. Lukas na ndị Britain liwere. Ka i wee si n'aka ọchịchịrị bụ Fulani Janjaweed wee wezụga ndị gị. N'ihi na ọ bụ naanị gị pụrụ ime, ọ bụghị mmadụ dị ndụ. Anyị anaghị ekwu okwu n'ike nke anyị nna nke ebere dị ngọzi. Ọ bụ site na amara gị na ebere gị. Anyị wee na-arịọ gị ka i wee zọpụta anyị nna nke ebere n'aka ajọ ihe. Ka i wee nye anyị ezi echiche, ezi nghọta, amamihe, ọganihu, ịhụnanya, mmekọrịta nwanne na nwanne. Ka e kwuru ewe si n'ụmụ ụmụ nna ya nke igwe wee nyefee. Ka amara gị na ihe gị wee bata n'ebe ndị gị nọ. N'ihi na ọ bụ naanị gị bụ Chineke. Anyị wee na-akpụ isi ala ndị gị wee na-aja gị mma wee na-eto gị. Na-asị onye kere eluigwe maka elu ụwa mana onweghị onye kere ya. Onye ndị mmụọ ozi na-efe wee na-agọzi aha nsọ ya mgbe niile. Onye ọ bụ naanị ya bụ ebighị ebi. Ekele, otuto, nsọpụrụ, ịja mma dịrị sọsọ aha nsọ gị, ebughị onye ọzọ. Ugbu a ma ruo mgbe niile ebighị ebi ka a na-arịọ gị ise. Ise.
Amen.
Ise.
Amen.
N'ozi ọma Chineke. Hey. I'm sure you have your pen and your paper ready, all of you, all over the world, because we are going to preach.
Are you sick of having issues with your webinars?
Without further delay, we are going to go to play the message of the day from our leaders. We're going to play our leaders' message from where our basic analysis will be coming from. Where is this video? Where is this video? Where is this video? I'm searching for it.
They said they want to reduce it to 60,000 in a day. When a return flight, name yourselves and you speak. Your name says, they have lost it completely and totally. Name yourselves and you speak. Your name says, storm OPEC. Was it OPEC meeting in 1970? It doesn't. But to you think it is. If you're in a laugh funny, am I here? Oh, I feel sorry for you people. The former Lagos State governor. In fact, Americans are doing something and it's working. You copy it and you bring it to Africa. You are inviting trouble, assault and breach of the peace. Why wasn't this same charge brought? That's why you need Radio Biafra. That is why the pedophile terrorist Muhammadu Buhari on Wednesday regretted that the zoo's economic growth has gladly prosecute anybody. Those who have been compromised by politicians, security agents, they won't give you their names. Just security agents. Just we have your names. A book will be written with the names of everybody who supported this very struggle financially, this very effort we're making financially now. So I have to tell you the truth. When I told you that Wole Soyinka brought in pirates, these are the idiots responsible for the killings in the universities, because after pirates came buccaneers. Because you know, black people, they went and read and studied the history of the piracy in the Caribbean in those days. They found out that you had pirates and you also had buccaneers as well. So the idiots, they found buccaneers wearing yellow. Their own color is yellow sash. The other one is black and white, this one is yellow. And I was in a university. Oh dear me. Hey, idiocy of the highest order. This man brought cultism to universities. Wole Soyinka, Yoruba man, so-called Nobel laureate. He lacks vision. And definitely not an intellectual. If he challenges me, I can allow him to debate. After that, I will come in. I will go first and he can come second. Doesn't know anything. They use what is called Yoruba media image laundering. That was how Yoruba sold all their fake Islamic pastors to you. Every well-known Yoruba Pentecostal pastor is a Muslim. Have you ever asked yourself, how come they deceived all of you? Because of the preponderance of their media. They will go and bring out a fraudster from Islam. They wash him clean. Most of them are from Ilorin, Kwara State, the home of Yoruba Islam. Today they are controlling all of you. Sunday, Yoruba Church. Oh dear me. Wole Soyinka is a fraud and a liar. This evening, and I post a video, just very likely. That concludes our news headlines. Allow me to bring you our news in greater detail. We have not lost much time due to intermittency, so we are sticking to time. Don't worry about that. I will take your calls this evening as always, and I do not envisage any other intermittency from now till the time that we close. The news in greater detail. A septuagenarian, which means a very old man, possibly in his 80s, because they don't want to mention his name or his age. They said a septuagenarian. Now, if your school were on strike throughout the 4 years, you claim you are an undergraduate, now you've graduated and you're at NYSC camp, let us be honest with ourselves. How many people in the zoo called Nigeria, even graduates, know the meaning of septuagenarian? How many of you? It's a very old man, possibly in his 70s. If I'm not mistaken. What did he do and who is this man? This man is Yoruba Muslim. Every old man who is a rapist is a Muslim. Most of them are. Let me read it for you. A very old Yoruba man named Adebowale Dawuda. This is from the Punch newspaper, a Yoruba paper, please. It's not something we wrote down. We blog news because if we write it, you won't believe us. So we just others publish and we give them credit for it. We don't hide it. We explain the news to you in a manner you can understand. Because if you have a newspaper now, say septuagenarian in court for alleged defiling of 11-year-old girl, believe you me, you will know what it means. But if I tell you a very old Yoruba man raped a girl of 11 years, then you understand what I mean. That's why you need Radio Biafra. That is why all of you must support Radio. The work we are doing is invaluable. If we begin to charge money for it, all of you cannot be able to afford it. But it comes to you for free, courtesy of IPOB, of course, in the diaspora. Those of you that will have their names, because as you contribute towards Radio Biafra every blessed month, through your monthly dues, and you're supporting for the purchase of armaments and weapons through the normal channel, which I'm not allowed to speak, then we have all your names. When Biafra comes, all of you who are now lying, some people say, oh, call me Colonel, I'm Lieutenant Colonel, I'm Major. Which sector did you fight in? Oh, I was at Abagana. I came to Olo. From Olo, I was moved to Idato. From Idato, I moved to Kigwe. Okwasi. They never saw battle. They never saw war. What are we going to do in our case? Because you may have your doubt, so that is your business, but Biafra is coming. All of you who contributed in one way or the other to the restoration of Biafra financially, I mean, we are going to compile all your names. The same way that your various coordinators sent in your name, the original copies, we have them. We are going to put them in glass archives so that when some of you who are listening from under the bed right now, when you begin to lie to your grandchildren or to your children, oh, we contributed now to Biafra, your child can now go to the nearest library and go and look at those who funded Biafra. And after going through it, they will see your name is not there. And then you will try to go and bribe the attendant in the library to insert your name. We will hang both of you, both you and the idiot you're trying to bribe. So some of you now can be pretending, oh, we are for Biafra, you know. We have your names. A book will be written with the names of everybody who supported this very struggle financially, this very effort we're making financially. So you can't lie to your children, you see. Very clear. Very, very clear. This is a subcontinent, a Yoruba man, Adebo Wale Dauda, raped an 11-year-old girl. This girl is 2 years older than Aisha when Buhari raped Aisha, your so-called first lady, a victim of child abuse and rape. Adebo Wale Dauda, who allegedly defiled or raped an 11-year-old girl, was on Wednesday arraigned before an Ikeja magistrate court. The accused is 78, I told you, septuagenarian, 70s. My neighbor have won. My goodness me. The address is unknown because he's a Muslim. They sleep on the street, maybe in the mosque. He is facing charges of defilement, sexual assault, and breach of the peace. Why wasn't this same charge brought against Buhari when Buhari raped Aisha at the age of 9? I'm asking you. He was 45 then. Why wasn't this type of charge brought against Buhari then? They're in trouble, aren't they? Very big one. I'm telling you. The prosecutor is Sergeant Jima Isegede. He told the court that the offenses were committed on August 4th at 29 Anipupo Street, Penn Cinema, Agege. That's Agege. Even as the name sounds, very dirty place. They call it a suburb of Lagos. If Agege is a suburb, then I don't know what a suburb looks like. One of the dirtiest places in the whole world, Agege. Can't you see how the name sounds? Very crude, crass, and very Yoruba indeed. According to Isegede, the policeman prosecuting, the accused called the victim to a lotto shop at the above address under the pretense of sending her on an errand. Remember the Islamic cleric that raped a little girl at Yanakwaja? Have you forgotten? They always use something. Come, I want to send you. Come, let me send you a message for your mama. Imagine those that are not being reported every blessed day. The abuse happening in the zoo, little children. No wonder when they grow up, they turn into prostitutes. So less prostitutes everywhere. Nigerian girls. So less prostitutes there. The shop owner does not stay there, so it is only the accused that goes there every day. And because of this, it was easy for him to carry out the act. The accused had assaulted the child 8 times and told her that she would die if she tells anyone. 11-year-old girl assaulted 8 times. Yoruba old man without honor. Yoruba Muslim. These are the people you want to be in the same country with. And some of you say, oh, it is not just that. It is also happens in Biafra as well. If you go to, I say, how many of those cases, if it is as rampant as it is in Yoruba land, has seen the light of day? After all the police people are Hausa Fulani. They will quite gladly prosecute anybody. That tells you all you need to know. Yoruba, shameless old men, old fools, abusing little girls. This thing happened in Yanakwaja, in a mosque. They say it's a man raped a little girl, and the police did nothing about it. Let's continue. The pedophile and terrorist Buhari, the sole administrator and dictator of the zoo, called Nigeria. The British created zoo in Africa. People create zoos everywhere around the world. Serengeti, that are the wildebeest. You have crocodiles, you have zebra, you have giraffe, you have hippopotamus, you have elephants, you have hyena, pora, you have vultures, udele. All these things are there in the plains of the Serengeti. And then the British created another one. It's called Nigeria. It has Awasa Fulani in it. The pedophile terrorist Muhammadu Buhari on Wednesday regretted that the zoo's economic growth has so far not translated into commensurate improved well-being of citizens, especially the youth. Buhari made the observation in his address at the 2015 International Youth Day with the theme Youth Civic Engagement, held inside the old banquet hall of the presidential villa in Abuja. He said that the issue was of serious concern to him because the situation was forcing youth to be migrating from rural to urban areas or from the zoo to other countries in search of better opportunities. The pedophile terrorist, however, promised that his administration will do everything within its capacity to better the lots of the youth. He said it is an issue of serious concern that in the zoo, so far, economic growth has not translated into commensurate and improved social outcomes, especially for our 60 million young people who make up the majority of the population. Economic growth. My question is, the Dulad of Daura, in which sector are you experiencing this growth? Because if I watch the news this night, I can see NASDAQ, I can see the Dow Jones Industrial Index, I can see the CAC Caron, which is the CAC 40 in France. I can see the DAX index you have in Frankfurt. I can see the FTSE 100 in London. I can see the movement of the stocks and the shares. I can tell you which sector is doing well. If it is in pharmaceuticals, if it is in the tobacco or wine sector, you can tell. It is manufacturing. Because there you will see the manufacturers, the sort of directors, they will issue what is called the gate, what's it called? The gate receipts or whatever, the orders coming into the factories for manufactured goods. That way you can predict the trend of employment. I want to ask Buhari, which sector of the economy are you experiencing this growth? Is it in the sector of appointment of corrupt judges to go and preside over electoral tribunals? Is it in the sector of moving money abroad? Is it in the sector of I can't understand what they're talking about? Where is the growth? You're talking about that hasn't been translated into. Why do you people love lying? The economy of the zoo is shrinking. You sell only one product to make money. That product, crude oil. Nobody is buying your crude oil. Angola has overtaken you. Ghana has overtaken you. Even in Yam, Ghana is at the head of you. In palm oil, Malaysia. So which sector of the economy is growing? I'm asking you. Oh, dear me. Maybe importation of spare parts. Who knows? I don't know. Do you see how they lie to you? These are the people you claim they are bringing change, but they are liars. Why should Buhari stand up and lie to little children, little youths? He's addressing. Why? That tells you all you need to know about them. That tells you everything you need to know about these vagabonds and evil people. Everything you need to know, I assure you. Evil men. Evil men, they are liars. Which part of the economy is growing? Which part of it, please tell us. Oil sector? Are you not the ones complaining about the falling oil prices? Are you not a member of OPEC? You are overproducing your own quota. Is that not correct? To hold on to your market share. America no longer buys oil from you. Neither does Canada. Your greatest market now is India. Is that not correct? Oh, dear me. You can lie, but Radio Biafra is here to expose you. So all that Buhari, change. Buhari is an honest man. Buhari is a liar. Look at him lying to small children. They train them from very young to lie and to deceive people. But we are here to correct all that anomaly, all that nonsense. If you're an IPOB family member, if we catch you lying, you'll be dismissed. No second chance. We are obedient, law-abiding people, the children of heaven. We speak the truth. If we are protecting you, we know how to protect you. Never ever lie. It was saying you are finished. We are not breeding young men and women to become liars of tomorrow. We want you to be leaders of tomorrow, not liars of tomorrow. A South African online media outfit, Mail and Guardian Africa, came after the zoo on Tuesday, saying, that was yesterday, the money eaten in the zoo, or the, let me quote them verbatim, the money eaten there is bigger than the gross domestic product of 38 African countries. That is when they say the money eaten, it means the money stolen by Buhari and their friends. Look at Babangida. He's a national leader and an elite icon. Look at Obasanjo, he's an elite, he's an icon. Look at Tinubu, he's a national leader, an important leader of APC. But the man is a thief. He was an airline. First Nation Airline belongs to Tinubu. Tinubu, before you became governor, did you have an airline? The answer is no. How come all of a sudden you have one? Oh dear me, the zoo. Let me continue to tell you that South Africans, the whole world listens to Radio Biafra, and they are copying everything we are saying verbatim. That means after a short while now, we'll be asking the two lad of Taura. Maybe this Nigeria created is the bad idea after all. Why don't you start your own and be drinking Fura de Nunu? If the stolen funds, according to the South African news media, if the stolen funds estimated at $50 billion were a country, the online medium reported it will be Africa's 11th biggest economy. He's saying $50 billion. 400 billion is in England alone. 400 billion pounds, not dollars. 400 billion, very close to $1 trillion stolen by black men in Africa. Black African leaders. Only in the zoo. Imagine when you bring in Zaire, you bring in Liberia, you bring in Sierra Leone, you bring in Gabon, you bring it everywhere. Once you see a black man as a head of state, you are looking at the embodiment of kleptomania. They cannot stay without stealing. Some estimate put the lost funds at 50 billion. My goodness me. That means that the money stolen in the zoo in 6 months, because 50 billion is what they steal in 6 months, is greater than the economy of Ghana. Greater. But isn't it funny that today Ghana exports more yam than the farmers in the zoo? That is what stealing does to you. That is what it does to your brain. That is exactly what it does to you. Some of you might understand it, but we do. We do. Completely and totally. South Africa is now booking fun at the zoo. They even mentioned the Nigerian National Petroleum Corporation diverted over 30 billion oil revenue since 2009. This figure, is said, was bigger than the annual production output of half of all the countries in Africa. Stolen funds from the zoo. That is why they tell you what Nigeria. When you see Yoruba newspapers like The Punch or Nation write about one Nigeria or Vanguard, we in our Guardian, the epitome of establishment. When you want supporters of corruption, you talk about the Guardian newspaper. That's the entrenched supporters of corrupt practices. After all, the man who founded it, who floated it, I think is Hebrew, made his money from corruption. So what do you expect? Now you understand, don't you? The money stolen in 6 months is greater than all the half of the entire African continent, the countries in it. The output, stolen money. After stealing, then you'll be in hospital bed in London. And I don't know. I don't know. But at least our message is spreading far. The world is now beginning to understand the level of criminality and the incurable corruption in the zoo. And when you talk about all this nonsense, never, absolutely nothing. Nothing. I need them to understand this. We've crossed the Rubicon, the point of no return. There is nothing anybody can do. If I'm alive, if I'm dead, if I'm wherever I may be, Biafra will come. If I'm dead, it's even better because it will come far more quicker. Absolutely nothing. Nothing, nothing. I need them to understand this. We've crossed the Rubicon, the point of no return. There is nothing anybody can do. If I'm alive, if I'm dead, if I'm wherever I may be, Biafra will come. If I'm dead, it's even better because it will come far more quicker. Absolutely, absolutely nothing. Nothing, nothing. I need them to understand this. We've crossed the Rubicon, the point of no return. There is nothing anybody can do. If I'm alive, if I'm dead, if I'm wherever I may be, Biafra will come. If I'm dead, it's even better because it will come far more quicker. Absolutely nothing. Nothing.
Like that. Anybody thinking that IPOB presidency 2023 will stop us? What we want is BIAFRA. And what we're going to get is BIAFRA. We don't reason like that. Anybody thinking that IPOB presidency 2023 will stop us? What we want is BIAFRA. And what we're going to get is BIAFRA. We don't reason like that. Anybody thinking that IPOB presidency 2023 will stop us? What we want is BIAFRA. And what we're going to get is BIAFRA.
La buena digestión no se nota, pero en la vida real hay prisas, comidas encima.
Hello, comrade Mama Patricia, veteran. God bless you, great Biafrans. We have listened to Mazen Nnamdi Kanu's broadcast, and we have had him using the truth to dismantle the zoological republic called Nigeria. And that is what we accompany him to do. That is exactly what we accompany him to do. As we heard, Wole Soyinka brought occultism in Nigeria. So, great Biafrans, let us begin to reflect. Let us have a sober reflection. Wole Soyinka bringing occultism in Nigeria, what for? What for? Of what benefit is that occultism? Of what benefit is occultism in Nigeria? Because we only come to realize that the students use this occultism to attack each other. And some people in the process lose their lives. Some people in the process lose their lives as a result of occultism. Many lives have been wasted. Even until today, many lives are being wasted. Students do not concentrate to study as a result of becoming occultists. Rather than doing us good, the occultism have been doing us harm. So Wole Soyinka, by occultism, is a contributor to the Nigerian setback. He's a contributor to Nigerian setback. There is no development he is bringing. Rather, he is bringing retrogression, backwardness, marching backwards, setback. That is Wole Soyinka's contribution. Not just Wole Soyinka. He never did it alone. He brought it, and the people subscribe into the idea of occultism. Even until today, our politicians still use the same people, the same occultists as their political talks. So how do we believe that Nigeria can be good with the system they are running? Nothing can really make Nigeria good with that system. It is the same issue of lot of madness, keeping on doing one thing, repeating the same thing, knowing the result, and when we know certainly what the thing results into, we begin to expect a different result or some different result from the result we know certainly that the modus of operandi produce. It is called law of madness, and this law of madness is typically evident in Nigeria election. Nigeria election had been conducted time without number, from time to time, from year to year, from month to month, at different times. Yet all we get is setback. All we get is setback. We never get any progress from the Nigerian politics. We never get any progress from the Nigeria election. So people are still talking about Nigeria election. What can Nigeria election provide to the table for our progress? Because as I speak, the people managing the Nigeria election are the foreign colonists like Britain and the rest of them. And they can never run the election to favor the indigenous people. How many times should we tell you before you come to understanding it? Okay. The network is once again connected. Wole Soyinka is not really an intellectual. Like Wole Soyinka, like all of the Igbo politicians, like all of the politicians from Biafra land, like many people who are called the elite, who are called the intellectuals, claiming to be professors, yet they cannot manufacture anything. They cannot put their territory in order. It is all about passing through the school, and the school not really passing through them because they go to school to to acquire colonial education. So they are academically colonized. And when you see their attitude, you know that they are running the colonization against their own people. But they are given certificates. So these certificates indicate that they are really faithful of the colonists. They are real and the first class faithful of the colonists. It is not really about our domestic development. So I want people to understand what we are talking about, understanding the reality, understanding the facts we are stressing upon from here. So most of Yoruba Pentecostal pastors are converts from Islam. Not only Yoruba, yes, that's true. And this is a witness to tell you that there are people who are not real Christians who join the Christendom only to run Christianity as a business for their own pocket, for their own enrichment, then there are people who repented genuinely. Beyond the Yorubas, there are Igbos, there are other people who do the same. It is not only the Yorubas. Some people never converted from Islam, but they converted from traditional religion. Some repented for real, while some never repented for real. Yet they use the Christianity as a business, running Christianity as a business and for their selfish interest. I don't know why my comrades are not here yet. Hello, Mama Patricia.
Yeah.
Okay. So when I finished playing the video, I called upon you people. We are not available, but I have been analyzing on my own. Then pick these 2 points first of all. Wole Soyinka brought occultism in Nigeria. Wole Soyinka is not really an intellectual. So like Wole Soyinka, like the rest of others who claim to be intellectual, then of what benefits? What are the proofs? Have they developed Nigeria like Italy? Have they developed it like Spain? Have they developed it like America? What makes them intellectuals? And of what benefits is the occultism they brought into our land can we boast of? Take these 2 points. Talk about it within 5 minutes.
Well, I don't think I have much to throw in this area because we are in the verge or in the time of talking about our exit from that dungeon. We all know that when their so-called masters, train them or to school them, it is according to what their masters want them to learn. Like you said, they went to school, but the school didn't go through them. So what are they coming to bring when the foundation of that land is not for anybody to thrive or to live or to develop? It is for that land to be, brainless, unproductive animals, and so on and so forth. So they do exactly like their masters. They follow what their masters make them to undergo, and then they now bring it home. Nothing good comes to zoological, and nothing good will also come out of it. They don't take in anything good, and they don't give out anything good. So that is zoological. So we are not here to talk about whatever Wole Soyinka brought to the zoo. That is the zoo business. We are here to talk about our exit from that place because we have had enough. We have been, thank God, we are grateful to God and thankful to him that he brought his servant who came and opened our brain, our dead brain, sanctified it, sanctified it, or healed it from the disease that was jammed into it, that was packed into it. So we thank God for Mazen Nnamdi Kanu, who came and revealed every secret thing that we never knew. Nobody in that Nigeria knew what was going on apart from this, I will call this elite, hoodlums, terrorists. They all are thieves and killers and murderers. The same way they are white mafias, the Britain trained them. That's how they are behaving. So it's up to them. It's not our business. With his being Nobel, they gave him Nobel whatever prize of being an educated man. What shows that he's educated? What shows that he's educated? You know how to speak English, but you don't have common sense. You know how to speak English, but your conscience is dead. It's as black as charcoal. So let Wole Soyinka take his problem. When Mazi treated this thing, that was when he was trying to, enlighten us, to tell us what we don't know. Now we've known what we know, and we are now heading to Biafra. So we don't have really room for Wosoyinka bringing occultic. They're all in it. All their politicians, just like I said earlier, Nigeria wasn't founded for it to thrive or for it to produce anything profitable to mankind. It's not a nation and will never be. Our leader, general of blessed memory, I've said it in the last revelation that he revealed before he died. It wasn't meant to thrive. It wasn't meant to be a country and will never be. So since it's not a country and has never been and has even expired, the fake one that was put has expired. And we are here with the help of God, bringing us Mazi, who have reviewed us and given us the blueprint on how to get away from this debt. What business have we to talk about? So you can bring in occultism and whatever to there. It's all over there in Nigeria. We're not interested. We're interested in Biafra, please. Thank you. I will stop so far.
Okay. God bless you. Really good, Mama Patricia. That's a wonderful one. Then veteran. Okay. So, Buhari was 45 years old when he raped Aisha Buhari at 9 and went free. An Islamic cleric, a Yoruba Islamic, raped a little girl of 11 years old and also went free. That is Mazi Nnamdi Kanu talking about how corrupt the so-called evil religious leaders, the so-called politicians can be, and how they allow corruption to prevail, yet they are still telling people to come and vote. Since the voting and voting and voting, where have the voting led us to? Whereby the people, they are just organized themselves. It is the same set of people. That's people who then circulating themselves, choosing one person from one person to another, all of them playing the same game. Say, Buhari promised economic growth, and there have been he has nothing to show about it. And that is the same thing Peter Obi is promising, while the people holding the Niger economy ransom are the foreigners, like the Britain, like the America, the rest of them, for their selfish interests. And he went ahead to say that the money being looted from Nigeria in 6 months is higher than Ghana economy. Veteran, take the microphone, talk about it before we go to the next video of the day. You muted yourself.
Thank you very much, Evangelist Nima Gallo.
God bless. God bless you. Really good.
Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is the prophet of God Most High, and his wisdom is beyond the comprehension of the black man. And this is why he is able to dig out these facts. Facts that looked hidden. Facts that could not be gotten from any other university apart from the University of Truth, which he is the Vice Chancellor. He is not the kind of professors and lecturers that operate in the zoo. They show in cast light Adeboye, Kumuyi, all of them put together, who back in cultism. Of course, it was not only Soyinka that brought cultism. Yoruba, thank God, the like of the new breed have relinquished that that zone. Why am I saying this? Because the Lord, the Dioboni, came from that area. And like we have said it before, everything evil was handed over to the zoo by their master, Britain. Everything evil, everything devilish, cultism, corruption, divide and rule, stealing, they are all the products of Britain and handed over to the zoo. And the zoo have held it so high that relinquishing it is very difficult. None of the Yoruba pastors has really been converted by or into Christianity. They are all still agents of Islamism. They are agents. They are only sent on a mission to come and hold the Nigerians and the zoo to ransom. Because they stand on the way. If they were Christians, if they were converted, you would have heard them speak against what is happening in the zoo. But because they are Muslims, they support the agenda of Islamizing the zoo. The cultism that was introduced by Soyinka and Britain and so on was properly to destroy the zoo, to keep the zoo at ransom, to keep the zoo at undevelopment. Because when there are distractions of killing and drinking blood, what good can come out of it? It is very clear, even now, in every election, in every such big thing, those that are recruited, those that carry out the mayhem are these criminals, called all sorts of names, pirates, Oboni, Lodge, name them, Buccaneers, and there are so many, myriads. And what do they do in school? They do not learn. They don't come to school. They are robbers. They are criminals. They go out and use the school as a hiding place. They are ritualists. And this is why people like Giofo and all of them, who call themselves lawyers, cannot deliver because they are all occultists. And most of them who will never join in the liberation of Biafra are all occultists. They have seen the danger, that their lives are in danger if they come into the full light of freedom in Biafra land. So Wole Soyinka and all of them introducing this evil agenda into the zoo is deliberate. And you can see it now. And you can see it in every election. How many people are killed? How many will be killed? Our eternal leader said, this is not a nation. Never was it, and never will it be. Because there are all these phenomena introduced by those who put the zoo together. How can they allow you to see the light of the day? Is it to stop them from stealing, from carrying away your wealth? No. They will do everything to distract you, to keep you on that wing of distraction. And this was why God chose a man according to his heart. Mazin Nnamdi Kanu chose our eternal leader first, and then chose this Mazin Nnamdi Kanu to come and liberate his people from this kind of arrangement. That this is not his arrangement. God never bargained for this. Go to Biafra land. There are so many. Because evil is often bought. It is most faster. So all the money, all the economy, it cannot grow. Because no occultist is ready to distribute this economy. What is P2B coming to do? All the promises he has gone to sign is simply to give these occultists a chance to kill, to destroy, to distract in the name of pride. He is going to build the pride of Nigeria. With who? With these corrupt people, with these pedophiles. Go to every Nigerian city. Evil spreads like fire. That Buhari raped Aisha
at 9.
Age.
When Buhari was 45.
Raped these other ones at this age. It is all over Nigeria, all over the zoo, all over. All cult members go about to rape people. A family that cannot eat, that cannot provide the day square meal, will send the daughter to go and sell banana, to go and sell orange, to go and sell akara. And they would corner her. Girls of 9 years, girls of 8 years, girls of 7 years. They even go and abuse them. They rape them because they have learned from the Islamic religion. This is their religion. This is part of their religion. And it is spread all over the place. An average custom officer in Nigeria is a rapist. And this is why the Biafran girls who run to Yoruba land, to Metropolitan, this is what they go and do. Because they have to keep the family going. And so they easily submit themselves, even at the tender age. They are all in this mess. Both girls and the boys, even from Biafra land, though they are not Biafran. But that is what they are. And this is why no matter how you school them, no matter how our leader schooled them, they are still following the obedience. They are still into let's give a chance. They are still into hiding. Because when Biafra comes, all this rubbish will be taken care of. But what they do not know is that Biafra is for their own interest. Biafra is a liberator. Biafra will make the place much, much fertile for dreams to be realized, for talents to be achieved. You no longer go and sell yourself to these Muslims, to this Islamic food. A small girl will get up. Hey, I want to go to meet my brother in Lagos. I want to go and meet my sister in Kaduna. I want to go and meet. In the next 2 years, she has come back with a jeep because she has been raped by Islamic religion, and she enjoys it because that is the only option for them. Biafra is the way out. Biafra is calling you. Come out of this nonsense. Come out of occultism. Come out of prostitution. Come out of corruption. Come out of all this nonsense you are doing. That is what Biafra is. That is what our leader has been teaching in the University of Biafra, which you refuse to let it drip into your blood, into your fingers, into your parts. Oh, what a thing that we cannot learn good things. We only borrow from evil. After all, the head of state abused Aisha. Therefore, after all, the so-called imam abused the other one. After all, Adeboye abused that one. After all of them abused this one and that one. That is the normal thing in the zoo. So it's no more a crime. Nobody sees it as a crime. So, how can the economy grow? How can you develop economy when you have put the mentality of people? When you have put it in this kind of state of not looking for what you can do to get that life that is much appreciable. BIAFRANs, these things are played for you to listen and listen well, so that it will do good to our lives, so that we can come out and give God the glory. Because God is not happy with all that we are going through because of some of us, because of many of us. God is not happy. And our leader said it. As long as we continue in this corrupt life, in this life that is not God's, it will be very difficult for us. This is why we are still in the desert, in the wilderness. Please, come out of these evil deeds, so that we will have our place very soon. Look at our money. Look at our resources. Taken away by only a few. And leaving you a prostitute, a cultist, a killer, an occultist. Because in countries where we are, people have their freedom, they have their faith, they have their confidence. They don't go begging. They know that when they finish studying, they will get their job. And they will become men of honor, men of dignity, and not shameful people, miserable people. BIAFRANs, this is why we are here, to remind you that the time has come.
So, BIAFRANs, this is what we are telling you about. It is all about promoting their corruption. Nigeria is never at any time being orchestrated to benefit the indigenous people to develop us. No, that is a damaged system, that upon a damaged foundation for a damaged system is Nigeria established. So it is not about voting P2B, it is not about voting Tinubu, it is not about voting Atiku Abubakar or whomsoever. It is about the corrupt system. This is feudalism I always tell you about. It is an orchestrated system designed to be robbing the people for the benefit of those who believe they own the world, who believe they own the territory, who believe that they are born to rule while others are born to serve. So this is a systematic something. They do not want the people to be developed, because if the people develop like today, we are developing, because by the grace of God, a lot of us, including Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, have been in diaspora. At least we have seen things differently. Even apart from some of us who studied in diaspora, who really mean well, we who live in the environment, knowing the system, understanding their languages, associating with them, we have come to learn a lot, and that is the reason we come with contrary view. And that is what is worrying Nigeria, because Nigeria do not want anybody who can open his eyes or her eyes. They want all of us to remain blindfolded, and that is what they have been doing out for decades, until Mazi Nnamdi Kanu came and began his this agitation not with gun and bullets, but by sensitizing the people, lecturing, and we who are also in diaspora and many other people who are there back home who really know the truth and who really mean well for our people, we join hands together to support him by enlightening our people. And you can see so far we have gone. Without this, how could we have gone to this extent? Just imagine if it is before, they just kill at will. But now they are afraid. They are afraid. Even Mazinam, the in their possession, they are afraid because we have risen up to deliver our people. Rather, they are telling us to stop liberating our people so that they will keep holding you in bondage, because all of them are satanic agents. These people you see, they are not ruled by the spirit of their human spirit. They are not ruled by the spirit of God. Rather, they are Luciferians. That is the reason. So they are accountable to Lucifer. They are accountable to their occultic leaders from the Western world, most especially from Britain. So they can never be accountable to the people. This is an occultic kingdom all over the world. These are the people running the affair. So they do not care about the people. They only want to sustain and boost their ego, boost their flamboyancy at the expense of the people and at the life of the people, even sacrifices. These are the means. That is the reason they engage into occultism, anything that will be bringing bloodshed. That is the reason you see Fulani terrorism being sponsored by the Nigerian government themselves and the Igbo and the other politicians. We heard the other day, Hope of them are coming to declare that IPOB is never responsible for the killing in Biafra land. And that is true. And Hope of them knows those who are responsible for killing it. Like him, like the rest of them, he only wanted to use it to campaign, not really that he mean well for our people. But that is the reason we are telling you no election in Biafra land. Mama Patricia, are you there? Are you available? So if you're available, you are going to take this point. Master Nnamdi said that IPOB members are expelled for being liars, which means with lies, IPOB and Biafra struggle cannot progress. And the lies and deceptions is what is troubling IPOB as at today. It is because of these lies and deception that some of the IPOB members collaborated with the zoological politicians to sell Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, aiming at killing him, but God never allowed them to succeed, and they will never succeed. Also, Nigerian political icons, all of Nigerian political icons, like other African icons, they are all looters and thieves. They aim to use political icons. What do they produce? Nothing. It is all about looting. So why this has become a custom. And it is the same thing Abubakar is doing, Tinubu is doing, Obi is doing. But why are they still talking about the same election? Mama Patricia, are you there? Are you really there? It's like you muted yourself. Okay. That is the reason I didn't hear your voice. Why are they still talking about this election? Since all of the political icons are just looters. They don't produce anything. It is all about looting. And he goes ahead to say the money that is being looted from Nigeria every 6 months, in 6 months' time, is higher than Ghana's economy. Can you imagine? Mama Patricia, take up the microphone. Tell us what before we go into playing the other video.
Thank you so much.
Bless,
yeah,
bless
the prophet of the time, the prophet of the season, the lone voice like John in the wilderness, the prophet like the Isaiahs and the Ezekiels, mandated only by Chukwu Okike Abiama. In every generation, they are sent out to come and redeem the remnants from the shackles of darkness and of the evil one. I always say it to myself, thank God that at his own appointed time, season, he sent his man. And we have all seen him and attested to the truth. Nobody in, let me say, not just in the zoo or Biafra, but in the whole world, they are seeing what is happening. They are taking records. They know that there is no man that will equal to Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, because there are prophets and there are prophets. If you come to the zoo now, let me not talk about the Western world. From their pastors down to the politicians or down to anyone there, all has been corrupted. Because they all know what was going on, at least, if not all, a little of the crime, the corruption that was going on, that is still going on. And yet nobody comes out to say the truth. Everyone is afraid. And not just afraid, they are greedy. Greedy and dishonest. And it's already in their DNA. Because as we are saying it, as Mazi made us to understand, because if we didn't open our ears, our eyes, and the heart, we will not know these things going on. We will just think that's the way a country runs. But until Mazi came to expose these hidden agendas, to expose these lies that they have buried, and they are just faking something out to the world, we wouldn't have known that Nigeria was not a country, that it was accompanied by the British, and then they did their meeting and signature with the Fulanis, so that they will be taking the wealth of the people and be doing whatever they want to, so that we'll be under bondage forever. Thank God that Mazi came, and we know him that he said the instrument of truth, which has been from the beginning, God is truth. And he used truth to dispel Satan, to defeat Satan. When Satan comes up with his deceiving words or cunning words, the truth word is like a sword, a fire that torments him and chases him. So that is why Mark came and took on that line, because he has watched his predecessors, all the prophets of God. He has watched their steps until Jesus. He has watched them. And he knows that it's only truth that will set us free. Only truth that will establish whether it's a human being, an individual, a family, a nation, or the entire world. Only truth, honesty, righteousness. That's the only thing that will make that person, family, nation to thrive or to progress. Outside this, the person is wasting his time. It's just like when Mazi said, God will not bless Nigeria because he didn't create Nigeria. Nigeria is handmade, man-made, and God will never bless what he does not, create. What he didn't create, God will not bless it. So those people that are wasting their time in that zoo or even in Biafra land, saying that they are praying, oh God, they are fasting, and the fake prophets of the mega churches prophesying to them, fast 1,000,000 times, do whatever mago you will do. Nigeria is cursed, just like Sodom and Gomorrah. And those who are signatory to make sure that this dead poison, abomination that it thrives on, the same cause that God have laid against everything that is not according to his will, that same cause follows those people. Mazi said only truth that will set us free and we all had him, and we saw him, and he maintained truth. And with that truth, he did what? He destroyed the zoo. Today is the zoo not dead? These things that we are seeing going up and down, they just want to be, whiling away their time to see if there's anything that they can do. Nigeria is non-mequata-able. You cannot fix it again. Because if it does, then Sodom and Gomorrah will come and question the holiness and righteousness of God. So, when Mazi mentioned that we should get on the truth, because he said only truth will do what? Will set us free. Only truth will do what? Will bring us Biafra. Only truth will do what? Destroy the zoo. He maintained that. He wasn't compromising. He didn't relent. He didn't play down how he was doing it. They have offered him several things, and he said no. Today, he's still in the dungeon. We all know what hell he's going through from the Twitter he let out through Ejimako. He said it's hell, but he's more than the hell. In fact, he said, I'm bringing hell with me. It's just like the 3 Hebrew boys put in the hell, but the hell didn't touch them because they were hotter than the hell itself. So when we are in this platform of truth, where Mazi said this is our platform of religion, of worship, to honor the only holy God, where his kingdom will be built, and some Iraks, and some Okokos, Efulefus that call themselves human beings, are flying on this sanctity. And we remember that Mazi said one time, anybody that wants to do what? Stain, jeopardize the sanctity of this movement, that Chineke ga-abụ generation. We all had him, and they were telling him when he was saying that.
Yes.
And today, what is happening? Instead of them to maintain the truth, the honesty, the passion, the fanaticism of what Mazi said, that we are fanatics about Biafra, that we are mad about Biafra. Instead of them to follow in that way, what are they doing? They are lying from one end to the other, trying to go to Odechi or another Odechi, trying to use one hand like Judas Iscariot, bring the money, put in their bag, and the other hand, okay, let's go for Biafra's sister. If Biafra comes, good. If it doesn't come, where we say in Nigeria, because we're already used to the cucumber that is in Egypt. Mixed multitudes everywhere. They think they will
Political solutions indeed.
Yes. They think they will deceive us. I met one man this afternoon. He said he's from Delta State. And I asked him, are you part of the movement of our freedom from the zoo? He laughed one kind of laugh and said, Mama, I don't know. I'm a Biafran, but then I don't know whether it will come or it will not come. So, however, whatever comes out, that's the one I'm following. Are you seeing the kind of human beings? Those are the people that when you put them in a position to do something, they will sell the struggle, they will sell the truth and buy vanity. While Jesus said, sell everything you have, including your own life, yourself, to buy freedom, to buy truth. Sell everything you have, buy sword and defend your land and defend your life and defend your family. These people think they will be, smart like Judas. Because it's not that Judas doesn't know that Jesus is the Son of God. He knows. Yes. It's not that he doesn't know that Jesus has all power. He knows. But he wanted to play on the gentleness of Jesus, on his goodness. He wants to play on that. Exactly. After all, he's a good God. When I take this money and then I'll come to him and say, oh Lord, I'm sorry. He will forgive me. And then the money is already with me. I've enjoyed the money. That's what these people are doing. The solutionist, political solutionists, and all of them roundabout from all corners. Master have given us every truth we need. Everything that needs to set a human being, a nation, a family, even the world free. The truth from the Almighty. He has given it to us. So anybody who is still under darkness or doubt or stupidity or think is smarter than the teacher, God said you cannot be above your master. You cannot. He has given us. Why didn't God come and pick you and give you that wisdom if you have it before he picked the master? Are you wiser than God? He prepared him and brought him out. And he has given us and told us to follow his steps. Thank God for that tweet that we saw. He said the detention he's in is what is tough. But he is tougher than the toughness that they are bringing to him. And told us to be tough as well and retain our position. So anybody that think he will use this, our freedom, to mess up, to go and get money to build hotels and hoard harlots and killers. Anybody that think you will use this, our freedom, because Mazi is in prison, so that he will use it to build his skyscrapers and ride the 10 cars and become a chairman of one local government or one governor or one whatever they call it. I don't know whether they still remember that this is a sacred movement, that this is a divine movement by God.
They remember it is their covetous, the spirit of covetousness and their selfishness. They remember.
See, the spirit of greediness, the spirit of Esau, and the spirit of Judas. And let them know that what you sow, you reap. If Esau didn't get away with it, if Judas didn't get away with it, and if no wicked man will ever escape judgment of God, the same way, all of you one by one, Iraqs everywhere, pretending that you want to be in Biafra, but you are in Nigeria, seeing the abominable going on, knowing that Nigeria has expired and can never be fixed well. You are there supporting evil, suffering and smiling. We are telling you all today that you people came late. You just came late. You would have come before Mazi came. You would have come out before Mazi came. In the presence of Mazi, Buhari died. Because the word, the fire in Mazi, the glory of the truth in Mazi killed him. Today, the terrorists in the government there cannot speak about that. But they are arranging themselves to make sure that Nigeria is their own. Okay, let it be their own. So that's why we are speaking out to Peter Obi and as many as they are in their group, thinking that you will make us to be threatened like is it the AU or whatever. You want to threaten us. Are we asking for refugees in your country? Our country is well blessed. You are the parasites. You are the lazy ones that cannot live with what God has divided to every country. You murderers everywhere, Britain, the Fulanese, and all that. My own Biafrans, the remnants. This is the time we'll get up and tell them we're taking our land. This is the time every one of us to stop whatever they think or you have played before. What Mazi have told us is truthfulness, honesty, passionate. You know, we have to abandon ourselves to this struggle. Abandon ourselves to this struggle and get what we want. Because what we have is better than what they are somehow faking before us. We need Biafra, freedom. Our Mazi, while he's there, his suffering will not be in vain. So let the true ones align themselves. Let the true ones align themselves. No, don't think that tomorrow you come and say, okay, forgive us. No. Accountability is needed at the end, and you will reap what you sow. Thank you, Biafrans.
God bless you, really good, Mama Patricia. God bless you, really good. And I design that these people who are the Biafrans who are still talking about one Nigeria, the IPOB members who are sellouts, are not different. They are not different from Peter Obi. They are not different from Peter Obi. So the political solutionists and Peter Obi are the same people, only that they come into IPOB to hide and to spy. These are the people also working with these people, telling us which one should be the best solution, political solution. We don't need anything political solution. That is the reason he went to Chatterham and began to talk rubbish. I'm going to play the video. Then we listen to the video. We are going to analyze from there also. I don't know. I can't just understand. These people are Satanists who never have the well-being of the people at heart. Yet they are still talking about Nigerian election. Electing what? And electing who? They are not talking about all the killings. They cannot stop it. State-sponsored. And they are part of the government that sponsored this terrorism. Oh, no.
Now, after years of blundering in the darkness, Nigeria's frontline presidential candidates say they are making an attempt to rescue the country in 2023 as they work through their campaigns and the election creeps up on them. But are they likely to save Nigeria, or will they continue to stumble through the darkness, taking the country into worse danger? Should we feel hope or a rising sense of panic? Well, as the election draws near and the competing parties launch substantial policy papers, their presidential candidates have been giving seminal speeches at home and abroad. The latest is the Labour Party's presidential candidate, Peter Obi, who's gone to Chatham House in London to engage with the international community and Nigerians in the diaspora on his vision for policy change and institutional reforms in Nigeria. Arise chief correspondent John Cookson caught up with him in London.
Like every other nation, we're not going to fulfill it overnight. What we want to do is to reverse the present trend and show that we're on path to growth, we're on path to doing the right things, build the sense of hope that will help us to mobilize the resources to continue trading on that path. No government had enough. No government that will fill everything overnight. People are not expecting in Nigeria 100% result. They want 100% effort. And that we're in the right direction. And with that hope, we'll start mobilizing resources to continue trading on the right path.
Now, there are millions of more voters this time than before. I think you mentioned 12 million more voters. How can you be sure that these young people who traditionally don't vote actually go to the polling booth and vote?
Because of what they're going through. You know, they left out there without any means of livelihood, without knowing where the next meal will come from, without any jobs. So for them, it's critical. Most of them are running for presidency through me. And my promise is that I'm not going to let them down. We must build a Nigeria where they will be proud to see their Nigerians. And that's what I want to do.
You're going to need the young people to be president, but you're also going to need the backing of the Muslim population, which traditionally votes for the president. Are you confident that you've got their vote?
Well,
as a devout Catholic.
No, let me tell you, there's no religion in Nigeria that is not suffering. There's nobody that buys bread cheaper. Everybody's going through the same problem. The Muslims don't have unlimited electricity. They don't have good roads. They don't have good schools. When universities closed down, the Muslims, the Christians, everybody, the same thing. So religion is not an issue. It's an elite conspiracy to continue to be in power. That is not the issue today. The issue today is how do we mobilize the young people, Muslims, Christians, everybody alike, to ensure that we have good governance, a governance that cares for everybody, Muslims and Christians alike. And that's what we're going to do.
Now, when you become president, what's your foreign policy as far as the UK is concerned? Will there be more trade between the two countries?
We'll maintain the same relationship as it is today and enhance it. But that will be first. We need to deal with domestic issue because your foreign policy is more robust when you have domestic stability, which is what we're going to do first, and be able to build an economy that is more robust domestically, and then be able to export more, use more relationship. UK being our traditional partners, of course, we've had a long relationship, and it will remain the same.
What's your number one priority? What do you want to achieve within the 100 days?
Well, it's not about what I'm going to achieve in 100 days. It's about bringing government that people can trust. Of course, we're going to focus on fighting and ensuring that we secure the country, dealing with issues of rule of law, bringing civility and order in the system.
A major speech, of course, delivered by Peter Obi at Chatham House. How did he come across?
Well, the room was full of obedience, Charles, so you can imagine that he was playing to a happy house. They applauded his every applause line, so that has to be taken into account. There was a sprinkling of journalists, including myself. But look, it was such a difference, such a contrast to the Tinubu press conference appearance at Chatham House back in December. This guy, first of all, he stood up for the whole of his speech. He didn't stick to the script. He was witty, he was charming, he comes across as being very intelligent, and some of the things that he's promising for the Nigerian people are fantastic, and one wishes him well. But as I asked him at the start of that interview, where's the money going to come from with inflation running at 20%, growth at around 2-3% for Nigeria? He's proposing plans of billions and trillions of dollars, but for the faithful, that didn't matter too much. And the reaction on the internet has been amazing. He's very much a man of social media, but I'm looking at tweets now from clearly supporters. One said it's the best address he's ever given to anywhere, even in Nigeria. It was fresh, it was precise, it hit the bullet points. Another wrote, he's still fair, intelligent, witty at times, and covered a whole range of subjects, which is absolutely true. And afterwards, he was kind enough to sit down with people like myself for a chat.
What's the significance of Nigerian presidential hopefuls always going to Chatham House to speak? By the end of this week, all the frontline presidential candidates would have spoken there.
Yeah, well, look, it gives them an international audience, doesn't it? Because if they come and speak at Chatham House is such a prestigious place that journalists and analysts, they want to go, and there's a tradition of going there and listening to what's being said. So it's a great venue to speak at, and presidents, kings, queens, and prime ministers going back to the 18th century have spoken at Chatham House. So To answer your question, it puts them on the world stage, and although, of course, the election is in Nigeria, people are watching.
So, comrades, Mama Patricia, veteran, are you available? Okay. So let veteran begin. Veteran, we have played the video, and this is what we are talking about. This is what we are talking about. Then before we go into the analysis, let us do something once again.
Anybody thinking that IPOB presidency 2023 will stop us? What we want is BIAFRA. And what we're going to get is BIAFRA. We don't reason like that. Anybody thinking that IPOB presidency 2023 will stop us? What we want is BIAFRA. And what we're going to get is BIAFRA.
Absolutely nothing. Nothing. I need them to understand this. We've crossed the Rubicon, the point of no return. There is nothing anybody can do. If I'm alive, if I'm dead, if I'm wherever I may be, Biafra will come. If I'm dead, it's even better because it will come far more quicker. Absolutely nothing. Nothing. I need them to understand this. We've crossed the Rubicon, the point of no return. There is nothing anybody can do. If I'm alive, if I'm dead, if I'm wherever I may be, Biafra will come. If I'm dead, it's even better because it will come far more quickly.
So, veteran, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is talking about Biafra. Peter Obi is talking about Nigeria. And if all of them claiming to be fighting for us. But Nigeria have been killing us, killing our people, raping our women, destroying us, and frustrating us that all of us run and leave home. To the extent we want to go back now. Now we are aging. And yet there is no security in Nigeria. Peter Obi, a member of the occultists, a Satanist, and the London boy, giving himself as a slave to a small boy he is older than. That is it Charles? Is it Charles, or what is his name? That's Queen Elizabeth's son. That is the person he is answering, sir. And don't forget, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is also a British citizen, but he jettisoned everything, even his citizenship and everything. Now Mazi Nnamdi Kanu had been extraordinarily rendited. The Britain had not been speaking about it, but now it has come to issue of election. Peter Obi and the rest of them are running to Britain for Britain to endorse them. Veteran, what do you have to say about that?
Thank you very much, Inyuma.
God bless you, really good.
Biafrans, you have seen and heard it yourself. No, no.
Yeah, man. Yeah.
Hey, no, you. So you cannot see me.
No.
Well, whatever the case is, we
can manage. You can manage it. Then another day you try to regulate it.
Yes. So Biafrans and well-meaning Biafrans, lovers of freedom all over the world, you have heard and seen it yourself. You have heard the hypocrite. You have heard the killer, slave. You have heard the agent of British fools, criminals. You have seen him pursuing us to abroad. He never sponsored any of us to overseas. He never gave any Biafran scholarship to overseas. And now he's following us to campaign, to draw us to his side. And there are those fools all over the place, clustering round a slave, a perpetual slave. Britain never come to Nigeria to seek any form of recognition when they will hold their elections. Britain never come to the zoo to table their agenda, their plans. But these are fools going to Chatham House to deliver their plans. And what does that tell you? They are liars. They are hypocrites. Peter Obi is a hypocrite. He's a liar. He does not, he's only selfish. He is somebody putting you under bondage and signing your bondage and signing your death warrant. For if you do not agree, Britain and its agents will slaughter all of us. That is what he has gone to do in Britain. How many Britons run to your country, Obi, run to the zoo for campaigns? How many? We've told you a number of times. You said your plan is to build a new Nigeria. What happens to the old Nigeria? Have you demolished old Nigeria? And can't you see that the white men you are talking to are mocking you? Can't you see that? Can't you look at their faces? Can't you understand their body language? Can't you understand their questions? Peter Obi, you claim to be educated, yet you know nothing. Yet you understand nothing. Yet all you know is your selfish ambition. We do not need anything, any office in the zoo. We are Biafrans. We are Biafrans. Peter Obi, you have gone to Britain, to Chatham House, to talk about what you will do. Your people are running to abroad because they have no job, because of poverty. And you were a governor for 8 years. How many people did you salvage? How many industries did you put in place in Anambra? And how many can confidently come out to say, yes, we are it now for Peter Obi? And yet, you will, as a president, perform miracle, rescue Nigeria. Of course, you are a Nigerian. We are not interested in your Nigeria. We are only talking to those clustering around you. If you were alone, we would simply ignore you. But Biafrans who are simply deceived, who do not know where to go and what to do, who think that they have no savior any longer. But Biafrans who are just occultists, who want to hide in the crowd. These are the people we are talking to. For how long will you hide in the crowd? How long will you enjoy the crowd? How long? Occultists, criminals, money doublers, kidnappers, ritualists. You want a larger group where you can, a lawless place where you can thrive and claim that the zoo is sweet. Because you can join your foolish politicians who have made the citizens miserable. You can join them to rape girls anyhow you want. You do not lack girls to rape because they are poor, because they have nothing, because they can boast of nothing. What they can boast of is yielding to your foolishness. That is why Nigeria, what do you call it? The zoo is sweet. The zoo is sweet because you can always see people to kill. Because they are helpless, they are poor, no person will speak for them. That is why you are joining Obi. That is why you are still a king on the presidency, on one Nigeria. Because that is a place you can always thrive. That is a place you can always hide. You cannot do that in Biafra land. Biafra is going to rank with every other developed nation who means his words. Biafra is a place that will not condone criminals, ritualists, prostitutes, occultists. You will have no hiding place. You have envisaged this, and that is why you are running around with P2B, who cannot do anything. Is this the first time people are promising? People are making such statements. He wants to be another Zeke of Africa, P2B of Nigeria. When he cannot perform, he cannot do anything. All he has said is simply verbal. He cannot effect any simple change. He can only take his own oil well and shut up. Because he is not the one to rule. Even if he wins, he will not rule Nigeria. After all, he has his second in command who will rule. He has the cabal that will rule. Those people, the British, has assigned to rule their investment. P2B, do you remember that what you are fighting for is British investment? How can you be a director of an investment you did not put in place? How can you change anything there? Which road are you building? Which school are you building? Which religion are you matching with the other? P2B, where have you the power to do this? those gone before you have said all and more than you have said. But the zoo still remains a miserable place. We have exited the zoo. We have exited the zoo. Biafra has exited the zoo. You are the person that have been terminated. You are the one that have expired. Biafra is a land of light. And the light never vanishes. It never expires. The light remains the light. Freedom, truth. There is no way it can expire. And that is to show how wretched you are. Wretched mentality. Wretched all through. Don't you think, do not think that maybe the ill-gotten wealth can give you any honor. You are a shameful, wretched, miserable human being. The most miserable on earth, IPOB, that is who you are. The killer. You have been killing. Did you tell the Chatham House how many you have killed? Did you tell them why? Didn't you tell them? Is it not part of your campaign? Should it not be part of your campaign? How many people you kill and how many people you are killing will gain you the presidency. Of course, even before you came out, how many rituals did you perform? How many bloods did you shed to even come to where you are? IPOB, you are a disgrace to Ndi Igbo. You are a disgrace to Biafra. You and your likes. Soludo, Ojus Okalu, Opus Odimma, Abaribe, all of you, governors of East Central State, all of you, senators from East Central State, all of you, members of the House of Representatives, all of you lawmakers, you are a disgrace to Igbo nation. You are a disgrace to Biafran nation. And you should cover your faces in shame. Because you have disappointed those who put their hope in you. You have disappointed and you have continued to disappoint. For over 100 years, you have been disappointing. You have only been building your own empires. Buying and selling in the international community. Going for recognition every year. You can pick up your bag and you go to London. You can pick up your bag and you go to Holland. You can pick up your bag and you go to... How many of these poor people you are stealing from? You are deceiving. How many can do that? The youth you claim to be defending, how many die in the sea? How many die in the desert? How many? You've come to campaign and you never ask them, how many are working in England? What are they doing for a living? You never ask them. How many of them have documents? You never ask them. But your children are all in good shape and in good form. And you are coming to fools. Fools who never see anything good. They only follow evil. They only follow darkness. Of course, the scripture says it. Narrow is the way that leads to goodness and the truth. But wide is the way that leads to doom and hell. As many of you as are following P2B, listening to P2B, justifying P2B, you are walking the way of your doom. You are walking the way of your destruction. For Biafra can never be destroyed. Biafra is indestructible. Biafra has come to stay, and Biafra must stay. And Biafra is the home of the children of Chukwuokika Biama, the Most High God. That is Biafra. There is no way you can deceive any Biafra. You can deceive the Fulani-blooded people who flock Biafra. Of course, people will continue to say, is this one not Igbo? How many Fulanis are living there? How many are born there? And when they speak Igbo, they even speak it perfectly well. Like you speak Hausa. And when they perform, you call them, hey, this is not Igbo. Is it not from Owerri? Is it not from Nkalago? But you know the truth. And you will never say the truth. And you will never preach the truth. You continue blaming whatever is happening on IPOB. But your tongues will cleave to your teeth as you continue to do this. P2B, you have gone to Chatham House to renew your agreement with the Katrina line, to confirm the signature of bondage and slavery of your people. You have gone to Chatham House. People have died for your sake. And you never made any statement. And you are going to Chatham House to give your word. There is no and can never be any Igbo presidency. We are Biafrans. We are God. We are not Nigerians. And we can never vote. No election in Biafra land. Let it be clear to you and your British mockers, because they are mocking you and you do not understand that. Because you are a fool. Because you are a fool. Because you are a fool. That is why you don't understand body language. You don't understand the signs and the symptoms of people who are interviewing you. Yes, let them clap for you. Foolish man. Biafrans, we are calling on you.
Okay. Biafrans, you remember when I told you that PVC for real means permanent validation of conquest. But the Nigerian government used to deceive our people by telling them that PVC means permanent voting card. Yes, but voting for what? That your voting is your validation of the British conquest over Nigeria. Nigeria is made by Britain. So Nigeria is not indigenously orchestrated. What Peter Obi is going to do, what Peter Obi has gone to do, Peter Obi, Tinubu, Atiku Abubakar, and the rest of them, to Chatham House, what they have gone to do is to validate the British conquest. We are not to forget that Peter Obi has his companies in Britain, and he must protect his companies. So when Peter Obi is talking about any development, if that development does not go in line with the interest of the Britain, it cannot hold. So that is what Peter Obi is going there to affirm, to confirm to them that he is willing, he is a willing tool to continue sustaining the Britannism in Nigeria. Why keep on deceiving our people? That is the same thing Atiku has gone to do. That is the same thing Tinubu has gone to do. Is it Kwankwanso they call him? It is the same thing. It is what the Nigerian government is propagating. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is a British citizen. And the Mazi Nnamdi Kanu have been talking about Biafra for long, until he was extraordinarily rendited. Yet, the Britain have not called for a referendum for the restoration of Biafra. And they are telling you about restructuring. Why haven't the Britain ordered Nigeria to restructure since 2012? Or even since 1999? Or even since after the Biafra War? Or even before the Biafra War? And the same Biafra War is being organized by the same Britain because of some of their selfish interests, which they are not ready to lose. So whatever you see Peter Obi is doing, all Atiku, all of this, their money are being hoarded in diaspora. So they cannot lose that money. And they have sold their soul to the Britain and to the rest of them, rather than to lose their wealth over there, including their lives. Their lives, they are not safe for them standing in opposition against anything of the Britain and the Western, the rest of the Western colonizers. So they must protect their interest. So what they go there to do is to trade our rights, to trade our future, to trade our dignity. So this is what our people must understand. So when we are telling you Biafra, no election in Biafra land, we really mean what we are saying. And we are saying it with reasons, because we are professors of Okechiche. We are not the kind of professors like Peter Obi, like Chukuma Soludo, those who are professors in recolonizing Nigeria in the favor of the Britain, professors in encouraging Fulanis to be terrorizing our land, raping our women, doing all this. These are the things we want to stop. And we cannot stop it by dancing to their tone. So the politics is the game they have set. If we play according to their own setting of game, we can go nowhere. We have to set the game. And that is the reason they do not want to play with the game we set. With our gun game is no election in Biafra land. Call for a referendum. The referendum may not even grant us the real Biafra, because even if the people separate by referendum, they may still have influence in somehow. But we are talking about total declaration of Biafra, and these people are not interested in that. Do you want to tell me that Britain are not aware that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu had been in DSS custody for long? If it is that British king, the replacement of Queen Elizabeth, that is being kidnapped by Nigerian government and hoarded in the DSS study, will you tell me that the Britain will not talk about it? And what do you think they will talk concerning him? That is to tell you, even as much as Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is exposed, educated, famous, and the Britain ignore him, why do you think as a Biafra that they have any regard for you? They are telling you about election is just for you to endorse, to tell the world, yes, you really endorse the continuation of our slavery. So that is the reason we must not vote. So Mama Patricia, take the microphone now. Take the microphone now, Mama Patricia. So he said, Peter Obi wanting to build real proudly Nigerians. You know, some people say they are proud Nigerians, but we have come to debunk them, to know that being a proud Nigerian means being an idiot, because there is nothing good to show forth for it. They claim to be a giant of Africa, giant of corruption, giant of poverty, giant of terrorism. No, it is not. Anybody can be a giant, or any people can be a giant, but giant of what? What example do they have to say to show? Terrorism is Fulanization, giant in Fulanization, giant in terrorism, giant in poverty, giant in prostitution. Tell me what Nigeria produced. Giant in occultism. So it is absolutely nonsensical giant of Africa. So the reason Africa is suffering is because Nigeria is the giant of Africa, like a giant, like the smaller countries. So we just check a continent where Nigeria is a role model, a country where Buhari a rapist, where an impostor is a president and being a role model for Africa. Check, just check it. They are the cause and the cause of the problem. So Mama Patricia, he said, Peter Obi wanting to build proudly Nigerians. In which way? Wow, that is how. Then he said, pursuing building a trustworthy government. Can that really happen? A trustworthy government in Nigeria by your cultists? Hey, animal. Then why are they talking about this election, whether it will hold or not? Talking about it from Chatham House in London. Why not in Abuja House? Why must we take our problem to the Britain? Because that is the reason I tell people, because Nigeria is an extension of Britain. Why not? How many times have the Britain wanted to conduct their election and they come and bring it to us for us to deliberate and endorse it or not? Mama Patricia, take the microphone.
Yeah, thank you so much.
God bless you, really good.
The issue or appearance of these zoological animals is so shameful, so sad to even behold. That is why I keep saying I don't want to waste my time talking about them, because Mazi has given us the real material that we should talk on. Our freedom, our exit from that zoo, from that concoction, from that confusion, from that dungeon. We are to follow the strategies Mazi has given us, stay put and talk about us. We don't want to talk about the dead fools. We don't want to talk about them. Now, coming to all of them that has been campaigning for president, from Peter Obi to the old one that is taking for a little while now, they will be dragging him like they drag the Cameroon president. They will drag him and come to the US African meeting summit, and he will come with the wheelchair, and they will sit him down and bring paper, and he'll be asking them, what am I going to do here?
What am I going to do?
What am I going to do with the gas that he was releasing to the whole? Oh, you are even talking about the man who was talking about the white man interviewing Peter, laughing at him from the body language, and they don't know. What about that one too? that they brought in the US to meet, and he was messing himself up, and they are laughing on all black race. Or what about the other one? The other time I also saw, which president was it in Africa? They brought him for another meeting or something like that, and he weed in his trousers in the open. These are the products that these Western devils have placed, the script that they have placed, from education to leadership to what we eat to whatever we drink, medicine, call it. They have already placed it. And they call these people to come and play. And we were all dancing at their pipe. We were dancing until Mazi came to tell us, no, enough is enough. We are human beings that God gave brain, created in his own image, more so children of the Elohim. That made me to remember one time a story was told. They said an eagle, his egg mistakenly fell into the egg of a chicken. And when the chicken was hatching his children, he also hatched that of the eagle. And while the chicken and the children come out to eat, the eagle is flying up. And then the eagle on the ground, seeing himself, I'm supposed to be different. I'm not like this chicken. When he wants to fly up, the other chickens will tell him, don't disgrace yourself. What do you think you're doing? This is where you're supposed to be. Don't attempt to do that. It's too high for you. You can, if you do it, you break your neck and die. And then the eagle will keep quiet again. Until one day he said, no. I'm seeing my life up there, so I have to fly up and meet my life. And that was how he did it. He made up his mind and flew up. Because he's not the chicken. He's above. That's what Mazi came to tell the Zoo, tell the British, tell all of them, because they are imagining, how would this one not be corrupt? How will he be different from all that we have covered them up with? From all the washing of their brain that we have done for 100 years. He can't be, he can't just be different. He must be corrupt. Amazi told them that I'm a different breed. I am of the eagle family. I am of the lion family. And my children, my sisters, brothers, my family has to follow me. And we are that family. And we have come to tell the British, it doesn't matter how many years you build your Chatham house. You people are a disgrace to humanity. Britain are disgrace to the world. All you people are interested in here to go steal, kill, destroy, rob them, and you live well. For Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, the prophet of God, a citizen from your own place, from the country that you enacted, you have left him in the dungeon because he came out to say the truth. Who you people are in the real sense. How you concocted and amalgamated this place. And you left him there, not saying the truth, because you are the children of the devil, Babylon, which God will destroy. Mazi have said it. From your families, from your queen and the king and everyone in that Britain, all the British government stakeholders that are holding these criminals, teaching the world how to be corrupt and evil. Your judgment is coming and you will never escape it. You have a taste of what you people are doing to the rest of the world. Now that is to Britain. Coming to IPOB, Biafrans have the remnants have already known the truth, and we are not. The truth is right embedded in us. Mazi told us everything that IPOB did and covered. Mazi came and that is revealed it. he jacked it up. Peter Obi, a murderer, a thief. They pretend that they are interested or they care for the people, but the real people know that they don't care for them and they have run away from them. Only the irredeemable, only the efulefu, those are the ones going around them because they are the big block. Those ones. They are the big block. Mazi?
Only the occultists, the ritualists.
Okay. They are the ritualists, the efulefu in the land. Those are the ones following them. But real Biafrans, they have left them longest time. You can't tell me Peter Obi that built his company outside the zoo because he wanted to be safe. Even where he built his companies there, I can bet you no Biafran is working there. It might either be for Pakistan, for India, for other countries of the world that are benefiting there in the money they looted. Aisha have looted her own, she's in Dubai. Peter Obi have looted his own in other places of the world, doing business, and he's trying to maintain momentum, cool, so that they don't seize it from him. These people following Peter Obi, have they seen Peter Obi's wife and children outside risking their life? At least common sense. Peter Obi, have you seen his brothers, sisters, relations, and relatives coming out to campaign? They are in a safe place in England or anywhere, studying, preparing them to give them position to come and ride on you. How can a thief build a trustworthy citizens? Which citizens? You make citizens in a place called a country. Our internal leader of blessed memory told us that Nigeria is not a country, has never been, and will never be. It only eludes the people day after day. And Peter Obi is here like their promises during each election time, every 4 years. They will come and promise you, I will put you electricity. Have you heard the Europeans, the Westerns, coming to do election in their time, promising you they will give you life? Have you ever heard that? No. Have you ever heard they are coming to give you school and build roads and what the nothing of sort? Because it's just a simple necessity, simple thing that is for everyone. Poor, rich, short, tall, educated, illiterate. Everyone, this is the right that is given by law. In the zoo, it is not so because that's not what they meant it for. That's a bed rock for people to die. And Mazi said, anywhere you see Catherine Lane, death toll follows her and follows those working with her. And Peter Obi have affirmed to what Mazi said. And people are still hanging around. You people, I'm sure you have, those hanging around him, you have prepared your, if at all you have the time, your graves. Because in this one, you will not even be buried. The Fulanese terrorists will scatter you all in heaps and go and dump you somewhere where the Chinese will come and harvest your organs. These people don't care for you. The person that cares for you is still in the dungeon, refusing every offer, taking in pain for you, and you outside for a cup of rice. A cup of poisoned rice for that matter. You come and say, Peter, come and help me here. You are only signing in just like my comrade said. Another 8 years of continuing this impunity because we all know that the so-called Nigeria, zoological, is not a country, but at the same time, it has expired. We all know that since 2014. And these people are pushing on to make sure that they renew the contract for another how many years? 100 years or 200 years? Will you and I be still here, my people?
It's impossible.
So IPOB cannot build anything. It's like the whatever river they mentioned at Ogoni River that they are going to clean. It's like the head bridge of Onitsha they want to build. It's like the airport they want to finish and they never finish it. They are not going to help you. Oh, let the person who have ear, let him hear. Which proud Nigerian is he going to even make Nigeria to be? You make only a proud people when it's a country. Which country? What's the meaning and definition of the country? You only know what this Nigeria means, British company. Another thing that follows this British company is a dead rock, bed of death. It's only corruption. Anywhere you go in the world, nobody wants to look at Nigeria. Nobody wants them around. Not even ourselves want them. So what is he going to do? Which trust is he going to build? Going to Chatham House to go and parade their stupidity and parade their inconsequential personality. What are they going there to do? How many like mass they ask in all Europe? Haven't they been doing their elections and they going in and coming out? How many have come to Nigeria to call them to come and watch them and observe them and see whether they do it well? How many? Even the poorest country in the world cannot do that. It's only in Nigeria that it is done. Only in Nigeria. Because they are zoos. Because they are shitholes. Because they have expired. Everything about them. Corrupt. That is why all of them put together amounts to nothing. They amount to nothing. Both the terrorists, all the government stakeholders there, in every position they are, they're all terrorists. Those working with them are terrorists and slaves too. Because if you know that you are a free human being, you should take the path of the righteous. You should take the path of the truth. You should take the path of the one man who has risked himself to tell you the hidden truth. When you had lockdown, same IPOB and the rest of the governors, they wanted the food the international world to give to every country that are poor. Did your own give you now? Still today you're jumping out to say you want IPOB because they will give you promise of one position. They will open another bigger gate of corruption of what do they call it? This stealing whatever that they are doing. Looting and is it Yahoo boys and all that?
Yes.
The more the days go, the more each day step in, that is more profound, more corrupt, more worst. That is how it's going. If Yahoo this day is million, by tomorrow it will be 3 million. So there's no need. These people are liars. IPOB is a liar. Even when he talks, I always hear him talking like a witch from the pot. You know that the native people having their wayo pot, devilish pot, and then you hear some noise coming out.
Yes.
And they say his spirit talking. That is how I hear his voice coming out. Because he's already wished inside some place, looking for blood to slaughter and drink. In fact, all of them we know already who they are. They are not human beings walking. They come out to pretend to laugh. They are wolves inside. Our people, my people, BIAFRAs. Retreat yourself, because Mazi have said it, we've had it, that anybody that thinks that he was president will stop us from getting our freedom in 2023. That Chineke boy, your master has spoken, the prophet has spoken, and you cannot delete or cancel it.
And so shall it be.
Anybody coming from the senators, all senators in the Eastern Central, all politicians in the Eastern Central, all Hollywood actors and actresses, all governors, with everybody around them, all the BBC workers in the Eastern Zone, the chiefs and the experts, the businessmen and women, everybody that is coming up to say they are fighting IPOB for election, better prepare your grave. Because Mazi said we have crossed the Rubicon and we are not going back. We are getting out of this mess that we have been in for over 100 years. It has expired and we have said enough. So if the AU and ECOWAS, if they like, let them come and threaten us, which has never happened anywhere in the world. Russia and Ukraine that are fighting, they open every border in the world to receive them. They are telling us now they will not receive any refugees, so that we should close our mouth and do the election by force and sign in to another 100 years of massacre, of genocide for Biafra. We are not afraid. You cannot threaten us. We said no election in Biafra land, and that's where we stand. So let's fight it out this time. Those cowards and those followers of Ekuleku be the murderer, the liar. He had Maz when Maz said who he was. He had Maz. Wike had Maz. Even I think last time they said Wike said if he said what he knows about why Maz is there, he will come out the next day. Why are you not saying it? You still want to maintain your position in the street. All of you, you cannot help Maz. All of you, you cannot bring Maz out. Maz is not given to any of you. Maz is for his people, Biafra. And his people, Biafra, loves him. And he will come out like Moses and Israelite from Egypt. And you will all drown in the sea. Every one of you working against him. Whether from the political solutionists in the IPOB. All of you, watch out what will be. Because this heavy rain, it will beat every evil man and swallow him. Thank you. Let me stop so far.
God bless you, Mama Patricia. God bless you. Those who have ear have really heard and digest the truth, but the arrogant will continue to perish in their ignorance and their obstinacy. Now, let us go to another stage. UN, ECOWAS, warn Nigeria against election violence. Daily Trust, Nigerian newspaper, that is the source.
Gota paper.
Gota Media, Nigeria Gota Media. The United Nations and the Economic Community of West African States, ECOWAS, Tuesday warned Nigeria against violence in this year's general election. YUN, it was published on Wednesday by the Daily Trust Gotham Media reporters, Wednesday, 18 January 2023. Say, then once again, the caption: the United Nations and the Economic Community of West Africa, ECOWAS, Tuesday warned Nigeria against violence in this year's election. So, while the UN cautioned that if things go wrong in Nigeria, there will be serious consequences for the peace and stability of the entire region, the ECOWAS said if violence occurs in Nigeria, no other nation in the sub-region could accommodate Nigerian refugees. They gave the warning in Jos Plateau State capital at a mediation training and interactive engagement with the Inter-Party Advisory Council, IPAC, and other stakeholders drawn from the North Central and the Northeast on non-violence 2023 election. Over 30 persons have been reportedly killed and many others injured in the 2023 general election-related violence in parts of the country. There have also been a series of attacks on offices of the Independent National Electoral Commission in parts of the country, especially the Southeast, many of which were linked to the proscribed Indigenous People of Biafra IPOB, leading to the killing of several INEC staffers and security personnel. Speaking at the session with IPAC, Sadatu Sha'abu, who represented the United Nations Office for West Africa and the Sahel, UNOWA, said, if things go wrong in Nigeria, there will be no negative. There will be negative consequences for the peace and stability of the entire region. Brown Odigie, ECOWAS program officer, mediation, charged all stakeholders on the peaceful conduct of the 2023 election. Odigie, represented by the ECOWAS Commissioner for Political Affairs, Peace and Security, Ebel Fatahu, urged all candidates and their parties to uphold the signed peace accord and the electoral guidelines. He stated, this is a mediation often done to the countries across the ECOWAS region. We are doing it for Nigeria because it's a strategic member of ECOWAS. Nigeria has a huge population. The election can generate conflict if not effectively managed. And when violence occurs with the enormous population of Nigeria, it can split to other neighboring countries. I can assure you that no member within the zone of ECOWAS has the capacity to accommodate refugees from Nigeria. Okay. National Secretary IPAC, Yusuf Dantale, said politicians often get desperate because of huge election spending. The chairman of INEC, Professor Mahood Yakubu, Tuesday reassured of the conduct of the 2023 election despite the various attacks on the commission's facilities across the nation. He spoke at the Royal Institute of International Affairs, also known as Chatham House, London, on Nigeria 2023 election preparation and priorities for electoral integrity and inclusion. Yakubu said between 2019 and 2022, INEC experienced 50 attacks on its facility, mostly in the form of arson and vandalization, during which buildings, electoral materials, and vehicles were destroyed. Sometimes this attack had been targeted staff. He said the commission was determined to continue its preparation for the election despite this attack. The Speaker of the House of Representatives, Femi Gbajabiamila, Tuesday stressed the need to halt all threats to the conduct of the 2023 election. He spoke at the resumption of the House for plenary after his short access. He said, as we approach the general elections, there has been a marked increase in the incidence of insecurity and vicious attack on political actors in parts of the country. We must unite to ensure this dangerous trend does not lead to circumstances that threaten the forthcoming elections. Okay, that's the end. So you have seen them. You have seen them coming up with their lies and treacheries once more. Coming up with their lies and treacheries once more. So God bless you. We have a visitor, and that's in the person of Clinton Ahuronye. Clinton Ahuronye used to be our visitor, even while we were still with Raphael Kiamaka Ajere. And one day he promised me, he wrote me through via messenger, telling me that one day he will make himself available on our program. So today had been that one day in particular. So may we welcome Mr. Clinton. May we welcome Mr. Clinton Ahuronye. So, Mr. Clinton Ahuronye, you are highly welcome. Greet the house.
Thank you, IPOB Truth Bearers. Good evening, everyone. Good evening, veteran Silvano. Good evening, Evangelist Nima. Good evening, Mama Patricia. It's my pleasure to be here. I have been following IPOB Truth Bearers from the onset till until the program shifted to the way it is today. But the truth of the matter is that the truth, it does not move with crowd most of the time. That is the real history. That is the real attitude of the truth. So the truth, and the funny thing is that what we don't know, what we Biafrans we don't know, is that only the truth can give us freedom. Among the many platforms we are seeing today, among the various this one Biafra this one Biafra radio, this one he's running his own channel. How many are speaking that truth? How many are speaking up? Because it's only light that can bring us out of this darkness called Nigeria. So however it is, I'm calling from connecting from Biafra land, Abia State precisely. And with what is going on today, one is every day, I'm sure somewhere the soul of Biafra is weeping, because our people have been led astray. They have been led astray with the issue of Peter Obi presidency. They have sold everything we've labored for just for the ambition of one man, and believing that this man is equal to the same height of our freedom. The height is not equatable. You can't compare them. What Peter Obi is coming to do, he's coming to you know, Igbos were already slaves in Nigeria, Mazi, and the only thing Peter Obi will do is to legalize it. He will just make it documented. It's just, that's the only thing he can do. There is no, if you are a Biafran, if you are anybody who is a Biafran, must know that Peter Obi is not capable of bringing us out of this slavery. He is already a Nigerian, and one cannot deliver himself from himself. A Nigerian cannot deliver other people who are enslaved by Nigeria. Why must he be going to Chatham House? Why must he be going? Because his mind is still under the colonization. He still has that colonized mindset, which our leader helped us to recover from through Radio Biafra. So, but we who are in Biafra land today, we who say we don't have PVC, we who say we are not interested in, we look like fools. We look like idiots. In short, if you are not in Biafra land, you may not understand. When we say we do not have PVC, we don't have business with it, we are practically taken as illiterates and people, maggots, in short. At times, I'm even ashamed because they believe that they are in the way to life. They who are pursuing their PVC, pursuing their... The question I keep on asking is, does Nigeria has no election integrity? They forget so soon. The person who won the 2019 election, was it not Atiku that won even the late Buhari? It was him who won. They forget the past, they forget history, they forget these things, and they want, there's a saying that keep doing one thing over again and again and expecting a different result. It is madness. Our people, we want to continue using PVC and we see the same result. How can we expect a different result? It is never possible. So all we need to do is we need to regather. The remnants are few. Yes, we are few. Those who are still abiding by the commandments of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, we are few, but
perhaps network problem. So we are going to continue until either he comes back, then we'll try to round up because our time is fast spent. So by at least by next time, he will try to come earlier so that he will have much more time to talk. Attention, attention, attention. Sit at home order from IPOB, 23rd to 24th January 2023. Indigenous people of Biafra. Special notification of a sit-at-home order to the general public in the Biafra territory. 18 January 2023, in a quest for the release of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, the leader of the indigenous people of Biafra, who was abducted from Kenya, tortured into failing health and death condition, extraordinarily rendition to Nigeria, and still illegally being detained by the Nigerian government, flouting her own appeal court order that discharged and set him free. It is also on record that the United Nations on the 2nd August 2022 gave the Nigerian government 6 months to release Mazi Nnamdi Kanu unconditionally, which will expire in February 2023. UN said that unarguably failing to implement this decision will mean that Nigeria is thumbing its nose at the United Nations and unwittingly triggering a nasty diplomatic conflict that could make it a pariah state. Also on 26th October 2022, the Federal High Court in Umuahia, Abia State delivered a judgment on Mazi Nnamdi Kanu and asked the federal government of Nigeria to award him 500 million naira for damages and also to return him back to Kenya. It is now very clear to the world that Nigeria is a lawless country who never obeyed their own court order. That is why the indigenous people of Biafra have taken it upon themselves to use the civil disobedience means to continue to demand for the release of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu unconditionally. Therefore, the following dates have been mapped out for a sit at home and must be well served must be well observed in protest over this continuous illegal detention of MNK and in demand for his unconditional release. Monday, January 23rd, 2023, Tuesday, January 24th, 2023. On the above-mentioned date, we are expecting a complete shutdown of the whole of Biafra land. Everywhere must be locked down completely, and there shall be no movement of any sort throughout the Biafran territory. To avoid the propaganda from the cruelty of the Nigerian state from happening against the violators, we, the liberation movement of Biafra under Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, are requiring that every market leader should comply to this order by making sure that every market are closed. The same also applies to all offices, transportation unions, companies, banks, and schools operating within the territory of Biafra. Please kindly abide by this appeal to remain indoor on the above-mentioned date for the interest of peace. Stay safe. Brought to you by BWOC, which is Biafra, a Biafra Liberation Movement, WOC writers, signed. Can see the signature, the very wonderful design signature, and that is Mazi Simon Ekpa, Biafra spokesperson. So Simon Ekpa had declared sit at home, and that is the reason. So now I want us to read another 2-minute stuff. That is the reason these people rush to go and begin to tell us we should observe election because they have no place to accommodate us. Because they have no place to accommodate us concerning refugee. Who tell them we need their refugee? Then the last reading for today. The last reading for today from Aloy Ejimako, one of the IPOB lawyers, saying, update. I just exited today's visitation with MNK, that is Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Topics covered included the appeal pending before the Supreme Court and the latest cases I filed last week. The truth is that detention is tough, but Onyendu is tougher. He asked all to be as tough and maintain their position. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is telling us to be as tough and to maintain our positions. Our position is no election in Biafra land, and we do not want anything refugee. All we want is Biafra. Let them declare Biafra, or if they we may manage referendum, because I know that the majority will vote for us to be liberated. So, veteran, just within 5 minutes, our time is already fast spent. Just give your summary. Go give your summary statement on this within 5 minutes. Veteran. Mama Patricia, be preparing. After veteran, you take your 5 minutes, then you round up with your memory verse of the day. Veteran, go on. I have unmuted you. I muted you for a reason. So go on, take your 5 minutes.
Thank you once more.
God bless you, really good.
All we do is to carry our brethren along, to see what we have seen, and to hear what we have heard, and to decode the handwritings on the wall. EU, OAU, United Nations. Excuse me.
Sorry.
All the names you called, are they not Muslims? All the names are there. Even the representative of UN, is he not a Muslim? And so, what is our business with them? Our leader told them we have crossed the Rubicon. We are not beggars. We are not alamajiris. And so we cannot beg any organization to harbor us. They don't have the capacity, no problem. And we are not interested in their capacity. Ukraine is everywhere. They are being received by UN, by EU, even by OAU. Ukraine has filled the place. But in the case of Nigeria, to which they are also part of the conspiracy, because if they are not part of the conspiracy, they would have done the needful. They would have advised Nigeria to let these people go. They would have advised Nigeria that what Biafrans are asking is their fundamental right. Freedom is a fundamental right enshrined in the United Nations Charter. It is there clear in bold writing. And yet, the global world, the global villages have refused to look into it. Rather, they are conspiring with Nigeria. Conspiring with Nigeria to make inflammable statements, to intimidate us. That is the much they can do. But the Biafrans are telling you, OAU, UN, and whatever other organization, that we are not balked and we are careless over your positions. There will be no election in Biafra land. Our leader said it clear. Whether dead or alive, even at best, even death, that Biafra, it is even better for us to die, so that Biafra will come faster. Remember, brothers, we are no longer fighting for ourselves. We are fighting for our generations on board, because we don't want them to experience what we have experienced and what we are experiencing. slavery, bondage, misery, incapacity to reach our goal, to exploit our God-given energy and talent. We are prohibited. We are blocked. We are being pursued out of what belongs to us. And the youth is giving into this for peanuts. Whoever you are, Britain, the evil country, the demonic country, it doesn't matter the gang, your conspiracy. We are not afraid of you. We are careless over your positions and your meetings with the so-called presidential rogues and criminals that you invite to your Chatham House, that you advise. Because whatever is happening to us is on your advice, Britain. It's on your advice. But unfortunately, we are God's own. And God is going to see us through. So it doesn't matter what you write, what you say. It doesn't matter what you write and what you say. We are formidable. We are formidable. And we will remain resolute. We have taken this position. And on this position do we stand. We are the IPOBs, and we are joining the rest of the true freedom fighters to tell our people to sit at home. Our leader taught us to do it with civil disobedience. He gave us this instrument, and that instrument we are going to continue to use until they liberate our leader. Because the spokesman of BIAFRA, Simon Ekpa, made it clear to them abundantly that we are making the cost of keeping Mazin Nnamdi Kanu in that evil dungeon more expensive for them. God is doing it. And God's work is beyond man. You cannot fathom God's work. For you, it may seem whatever you like. But definitely, definitely, what is coming upon you, the zoo, the politicians in Biafra land, the traitors in Biafra land, what is coming on you, you cannot imagine it. Go ahead and threaten us, because we know you are not threatening in Nigeria. We are the people saying we don't need elections. We want to go. We want to go home to our land, Biafra. We want to be free. We want liberation from the zoo, from British investment, from the world's conspiracy. Because of your interest in our resources, you have refused to see the truth. Holland, Italy, United States, Britain, and all of you who are stealing our resources, the resources in Biafra land, in union with the fools, with the idiots, with the criminals, with the terrorists, the Fulanis. Your time is up. No election in Biafra land. Biafrans, listen to this voice. Civil disobedience is the tool that is given to us by our leader, through our leader to us by Chukwuka. Once again, we have no chariots. We have no arms. We have nothing but Chukwuka. And so he has told us to go ahead with a civil disobedience. So Biafrans, avoid everything death to yourselves. Because our leader said, no cockroach should cross from cupboard to cupboard. Stay in your house. Eat your food. Pray to Chukwuka. Cry to him. Let him fasten and hasten this freedom, so that we will all be happy and dance like David danced on the streets of Biafra, so that our leader will regain his because he's free already, spiritually free, but his physical freedom, his unconditional freedom from the dungeon, and continue like Moses did to bring us to this land, Biafra, land of light, land of freedom, land of glory, land of accomplished dreams. Biafrans, this is our greatest desire. Let this be the desire of all Biafrans. We are not Nigerians. We are not animals in the zoo. Let us concretize this. Let us show the world that we are not afraid, that we rather die than to take whatever senseless intimidation. Those who have ears, hear what the Spirit of God is telling you, and avoid anything election in Biafra land. Do not validate them. Do not give them any reason to even tread on our land any longer. Do not give Britain any reason to roam our land. Do not give Katrina land the reason to body her keke and the kill. The keke diplomacy. Don't give her that room again. If it is possible to chase away, as they have been chased away, because I know that none of these politicians and the governors are happily staying in their home. They are all gone to Abuja, from where they operate. Is that not a shame? Who is free now? They are now when somebody is not free to come and sleep in his estate. What are you doing? Biafrans make it very hard for them to enjoy that land of Biafra. Make it very hard. The liberation movement, make it very hard. For these F-levels, criminals, ritualists, saboteurs, traitors, make it very, very hard for them to breed in that land. Thank you very much. And God bless you all.
God bless you really good. Mama Patricia, hold on. Let me pin up the Bible quotation for today.
Oh God.
Okay. Mama Patricia, go on. Take on the microphone. Use your 5 minutes to surround. Then we go up to reading and finalizing with your memory verse of the day.
Yeah, thank you. But I think I will go straight to the memory verse and do it all together.
Okay.
Can you help us in the reading?
Okay.
Dear friends, we have come to the conclusion of our entirety today of our message, which Mazi, our leader, has handed down to us, and which we are continuing to carry on without relenting one bit, 1 inch. So, as usual, we have to go down to the book of books, and we get our word, our light, our power from there, our wisdom, the truth that destroys the wicked. This is from this book, the word of Elohim. So, my Mazi Collins, can you help us with John chapter 8, from verses 39 to 47?
They retorted, Abraham is our father. Jesus said, if you were truly Abraham's children, then you would do the work of Abraham, follow his example, do as Abraham did. But now, instead, you are wanting and seeking to kill me, a man who has told you the truth, which I have heard from God. This is not the way Abraham acted. You are doing the works of your own father. They said to him, we are not illegitimate children and born out of fornication. We have one father, even God. Jesus said to them, if God were your father, you would love me and respect me and welcome me gladly, for I came forth from God out of his very presence. I did not even come on my own authority or of my own accord as self-appointed, but he sent me. Why do you misunderstand what I say? It is because you are unable to hear what I am saying. You cannot bear to listen to my message. Your ears are shut to my teaching. You are of your father the devil, and it is your will to practice the lust and gratify the desire which are characteristics of your father. He was a murderer from the beginning and does not stand in the truth, because there is no truth in him. When he speaks a falsehood, he speaks what is natural to him, for he is a liar himself and the father of lies and of all that is false. But because I speak the truth, you do not believe me, do not trust me, do not rely on me or adhere to me. Who of you convicts me of wrongdoing or finds me guilty of sin? Then, if I speak the truth, why do you not believe me, trust me, rely on me, and adhere to me? Whoever is of God listens to me. Those who belong to God hear the words of God. This is the reason that you do not listen to those words, to me, because you do not belong to God and are not of God or in harmony with him.
Yeah. Thank you so much. Biafrans, we've had the reading of the scripture, and as we have had it, it's so simple, a direct message. Anyone that hears the gospel of redemption that Mazi brought, that truth with which he destroyed the zoo till this very day, that the zoo is running up and down now, eating up their flesh and drinking their own blood, running to mountain and to pole, asking the Chatham House to come and help them cook their pot of lives so that they can drink their pool of blood with the Biafran's flesh. You see, because verse 44 here tells us they are the children of the devil because they do the lust of their father, the devil. And what is their father doing? What does he do? How do we know him? He's a liar. Can we see the politicians from morning till night at this 11th minute to their campaign of election? They have all come out talking jargon, doing their secret rallies. The other day, I saw, I don't know whether it's in northern side, I don't know the area. They were doing their campaign there, and I don't know what they did on the floor. People were running to grab one pack, a little thing they were taking and running out. And they were so happy because these people lied to them. They hoarded that food until this last minute. And then the rest of them, 3 of them that are coming up for presidency, IPOB, Tinubu, look at them. The Bolivar van man or IPOB, who have not stolen among them, who have not robbed you, who have not denied you the equal privileges that God gave. They keep on lying from year to year for over more than 200 years. These people are lying. So they are like their father. They lie and they kill. Just like what the same Gospel of John 10:10. It said that the devil cometh if not for to steal, to kill, and to destroy. Is there any different from what the devil, his mission is, to what their children are doing? I remember in one of the scriptures, Jesus said to the Pharisees, like these governors and senators, your father killed the prophet and you make their grave. So it has been the same thing. But one thing is true to hear, that the truth has been told them, and they are never angered with the truth which the servants of God have told them. What truth is that? Mercy came and told us that Nigeria is not workable. Nigeria has no idea or even mind of keeping anyone alive, as was built by their killer father, Britain. That the foundation is false from the beginning. That they planned eating up everything that is found in that land until now they have gone into organ harvesting. So we have given everything to these people, yet they are not satisfied. Their children and their wives and relations are your leaders. They are in every other part of the world with their gold and silver. When election comes, they will come and lie to you. They are going to provide work, just like what P2B is ranting over there. The witch, P2B, the murderer, P2B, the thief, P2B, they have all stolen the money, build their companies and houses outside the Nigeria. Do they love you? They would have built it in Nigeria so that you can go to school, live in a cheap houses without paying much. Common the 30,000 naira they said they wanted to pay to workers. They refused 30,000 naira. Yet a bag of rice is costing 50,000 naira. Your monthly salary cannot even buy the bag of rice. Talk less of feeding the rest of the thing you used to cook it. Are these people not lying to you that he went there to say he's going to build companies to give work to the youth? What he's telling you that he's going to build prisons. He's going to build prisons where you will imprison the boys, the youth that they have made their life useless. They are going to build, get an empty ground where they will bury them. That's what he's saying. But they will come and lie. They are going to make Nigeria trustworthy. There's no country in this world that will ever trust anything called Nigeria. No country. So this lying that all of them went to lie over there, that is what Maazị Nnamdi Kanu, God sent him to come and tell you that these people do not have you in their mind. That the zoo with the Fulani and the Britain, with all these governors and politicians, senators, every one of them, that they are robbers, that they are killers, murderers, that have stolen and stealing everything concerning you forever. So the best thing you should do is what? Take the truth, which is Biafra, which is resisting them, which is staying at home, civil disobedience. That's the only weapon a poor man, an oppressed man that have no weapon can use to teach the oppressors lesson. And that is why we are telling all of us, both the ones in Europe, if you're hearing our voice, call your people at home. Tell them not to go out, not only for these 2 days, for other subsequent days or weeks or months. They should sit at home. Everyone in Europe, anywhere you are, send home the message. And those of our people at home also, give your ears. 2 cups of rice cannot save you for 8 years. Plus the killing of the terrorists in uniform and in mufti all over our bushes. It's time you get angry and reject even if they give you a platter of gold, even if they give you a bag of billions, it's so little to what they have looted out. It's so little. You can't even go to get a visa to go out, but they go out anytime with their private jet. So as Maza have stood his ground up till this time and says over his dead body, would he reject his mission? So it is time that we do what? stay at home, sit at home, reject every campaign that they are doing or rally that they are doing. Let them go and get their children and wives and relations to go and campaign for them. But in Biafra land, there will be no election. And we have mean business now with them. So Biafra, that is the end of our message today. That you should know that Mazen have come to tell us the truth of who you are and what you're supposed to be, of who these leaders are and what they are planned to do with their British father. So what Mazen is telling us now is denial of this fake country called Nigeria. It's a terrorist country. It's a terrorist government, and they have come to kill those that are living there. So reject them, deny them, and don't go out with any of their propositions. So put your ears out. Always find out what are we told to do so that we get our Biafra. Leave all these irredeemables, our remnants remaining. Stay strong, as our master said. That the detention, dungeon is tough, but he is tougher. And he told us to be as tough as he is. So his example, we are following an example of truth, example of confidence, an example of, being strong, adamant in what we are looking for. Because Biafra is not negotiable. Biafra is not negotiable. And we cannot monetize it. Thank you until next week.
Consistency is the key.
God bless you.
Consistency is the key.
God bless you. So, Mr. Clinton, God bless you for visiting us today. Then our program always starts from 4 o'clock. So from our next program, anytime you come indicate, then try to come earlier so you'll be given enough time to speak. I believe you have a network problem that it took you out of the program. So God bless you. Bye, Biafrans. Until we meet again next week.
Bye, Biafrans. Bye, Biafrans.
Bye.
Bye, comrades.
God bless you,
God bless you.
Thank you.
God bless
you.